Chapter 54. Zheng Tan had an impression of this person. Zheng Tan had seen him a few times when he came here. Zheng Tan had heard people call him Professor Ren. This Professor Ren was one of the young returnees that the institute had introduced last year. He was very popular among the students, especially the female students. Professor Ren was only in his early 30s, but his file was already glorious. He also had the halo of a returnee. Otherwise, the institute would not have recruited him. Speaking of which, Professor Ren and Xiao Pa's research was in the same direction. To some extent, they were competitors. However, Professor Ren was already a full professor, while Xiao Pa was still an associate professor. The difference was not small. Professor Ren had a London accent when he spoke English. Coupled with his good looks and his pretentious words and deeds, he was also one of the people that the students talked about in private. However, Zheng Tan had always felt that this person was too fake. Just looking at him made him uncomfortable. In the few times that he had met him, Zheng Tan knew that this person always had a kind smile when facing students, teachers, and leaders. He looked very gentlemanly. Many female students praised Professor Ren behind his back for being very gentlemanly. However, Zheng Tan felt that every time this person looked at him, there was an indescribable malice. He originally thought that this person did not like cats and treated all cats this way. However, Zheng Tan later rejected this idea. Even if this person did not like other cats, he would not have such malice. When this person faced cats, he removed his usual disguise. The smile in his eyes was cold. Therefore, Zheng Tan felt very uncomfortable when he saw the smile on this person's face. He always felt that this person was up to no good. "Hello, Professor Ren." A few students passed by and greeted the person. Professor Ren also responded with a smile. Zheng Tan, who was squatting on a tree and watching this scene, curled his lips. Sure enough, this person looked at others differently than he did himself. What a **king hypocrite. Zheng Tan tried his best to recall and was sure that he had never interacted with this person before. The professor had a house outside the university and did not live in the family compound. Usually, when Zheng Tan came to the biology building, he would just squat outside occasionally or climb into the Xiao Pa's office to sleep. After that, he had nothing else to do. Many of the teachers in the school knew that Associate Professor Jiao had a black cat at home. They often saw the Associate Professor Jiao using his small electric scooter to carry his cat home. In addition, Zheng Tan did not cause any trouble when he came here. He was very well behaved, so some of the teachers and students would occasionally take the initiative to call him Black Charcoal and would not throw stones to chase him away. Only Professor Ren looked like he wanted to kill him. "I didn't steal your wife, so why are you looking at me like that?" Zheng Tan was deep in thought when he suddenly heard someone calling him. He turned his head to look. "Black Charcoal, I didn't expect you to be here." The person who came was Zhao Lu, the daughter of the director of the Changwei Group, Zhao Zhang. During the Chinese New Year, although Director Zhao and Zhao Lu did not come over personally, they sent people over to give their New Year's greetings and gifts. After all, Director Zhao had too many things to do, and Zhao Lu, as the daughter of the Changwei Group, definitely had some necessary social activities. Both of them were busy people. The Jiao family did not lack snacks or fruits, and Jiaoma did not need to buy her own cosmetics anymore. Every few days, Zhao Lu would send people over to deliver things. Today was the same. Zhao Lu happened to be free for the next 2 days. She did not have classes in the afternoon, so she bought some things and went to the Jiao family. In the end, only Jiao Ma and a few of her colleagues were in the Jiao family. Zhao Lu did not see Zheng Tan, so she decided to go to the Jiao Pa to ask about Zheng Tan's recent situation and Jiao Pa and Yuanzi's company. Mr. and Mrs. Jiao didn't disclose Zhao Li's identity to the public. They only said that he was a friend's child. However, Mrs. Jiao's colleagues were still confused when they saw Zhao Li carrying so many snacks and some imported cosmetics for Mrs. Jiao. However, since the host didn't want to talk about it, they didn't ask. Zhao Li did not expect to see Zheng Tan outside the Institute of Biological Sciences. But every time she saw Zheng Tan, Zhao Li was happy. At this time, she also noticed the person standing not far away. She knew that he was Associate Professor Jiao's teacher, but she was not familiar with him. So, She just greeted him casually. Professor Ren smiled warmly. "You're not from our department, right?" "Yes, I'm just here to look for someone." "Who are you looking for? Do you need help?" "No, thank you." Zhao Li maintained a polite smile, but there was a sense of alienation in her smile. After Professor Ren walked into the building and disappeared, Zhao Li's smile faded. She frowned and looked at Jing Tan, who was squatting on the tree. "Did you offend him?" "How the F***ck would I know?" Jing Tan pulled his ears, jumped down from the tree and stretched. "Let's go and look for Professor Jiao." Zhao Li took out a cloth bag from her bag. The name of a snack brand was printed on it. Zhao Li had always folded the bag and put it in her bag in case of emergencies. She did not expect to use it now. Jing Tan looked at the bag that Zhao Li opened, shook its whiskers, and jumped into the bag. Zhao Li felt that her hand was heavy, and she almost lost her grip on the bag. "Did you get fatter?" Zhao Li smiled. Jing Tan looked at itself. It could not be, right? Although it was not exercising properly, it was not fat. It was clearly strong. 2 days ago, when it went to Xiaoguo's place to shoot the advertisement, Xiaoguo even praised it. It said that the other cats in the shop were all fat, but only Jing Tan was strong. Xiaoguo also wanted the cats in his shop to exercise more. Spring was coming and they needed to exercise. Regardless of what Jing Tan thought, Zhao Li still carried the bag into the Institute of Biological Sciences and walked towards Jiao Pa's office. The Jiao Pa was searching for documents in front of the computer. Hearing the knock on the door, she said, "Come in." Seeing Zhao Li come in, the Jiao Pa quickly stood up to greet her. She pulled a clean chair for Zhao Li. The other chairs were not cleaned yet. Miss Zhao was not like Su Chu and Yixin. The Jiao Pa had to be careful. After inviting Zhao Li to sit down, the Jiao Pa saw Jing Tan coming out of the bag. She did not pay much attention to it. Her cat was a regular here, so there was no need to say anything. Zhao Lu and Associate Professor Jiao talked about some things, including the recent progress of their company. Changwei Group and Associate Professor Jiao's company did not have much interaction, so they were not competitors. Zhao Lu was very willing to help. While they were talking, Jing Tan lay on the small chair with her eyes closed and ears perked up to listen to the content of their conversation. Now, Jiao Pa and Yuan Zi's company had a firm foothold and was developing well. Graduation season was coming, and many graduates had already started to look for jobs. Recently, Yuan Zi had been poaching people from various universities. What they lacked now was talent. "Oh right, Professor Jiao, how much do you know about Professor Ren Chong?" Zhao Lu suddenly asked. When Zhao Lu entered the building, she saw the introduction of the professors on the first floor of the Institute of Biological Sciences. She knew that the professor was the overseas returnee that the institute had introduced. In order to show that the institute valued these overseas returnee professors, they had specially set up a special column to introduce them. It had been hanging in the lobby of the first floor all this time. "Professor Ren?" The Jiao Pa was surprised that Zhao Lu would ask about him. Not much. The Jiao Pa told Zhao Lu and Jing Tan about what they knew about Professor Ren. Zhao Lu and Zhao Lu were puzzled. It did not sound like they had any grudges. "But, Miss Zhao, are you interested in Professor Ren? Professor Ren is very popular among the girls in our institute." The Jiao Pa joked. Zhao Lu did not laugh. After all, she was the daughter of the head of Changwei Group. She was very sensitive to certain things. Zhao Lu shook her head and said, "I saw Professor Ren downstairs just now. Black charcoal was on the tree." Professor Ren's attitude towards black charcoal didn't seem to be very good. Hearing this, the Jiao Pa looked at Jing Tan and asked, "Did you offend him?" Jing Tan glanced at the Jiao Pa. "I really don't know how I offended him." The Jiao Pa could not think of a reason at the moment, but he still thanked Zhao Lu for her reminder. After Zhao Lu left, the Jiao Pa poked Jing Tan and said, "Next time you see Professor Ren, stay away from him. He is not as kind as he looks. You should be careful not to be dragged to the laboratory table and dissected by him." Jing Tan felt a chill down his spine. After hearing the Jiao Pa's words and recalling the look in Professor Ren's eyes, he could not tell if that was what Professor Ren meant. For the sake of his life, Jing Tan decided to listen to the Jiao Pa and stay away from that hypocritical Professor Ren. At around 6 p.m., the Jiaopa took Zheng Tan home after settling the matter. As usual, Zheng Tan squatted in the basket of the Jiaopa's small electric car. At this time, many teachers were off work and going home, so there were more cars at the intersection. When they arrived at an intersection, there were a few cars in front of them. The Jiaopa temporarily stopped and waited. While they were waiting, a silver-gray private car stopped next to the Jiaopa's small electric car. It seemed like it was also waiting for the cars at the intersection to turn. The windows of the silver-gray car were rolled down, revealing the person in the driver's seat. Professor Ren. Since the Jiaopa saw Professor Ren, he could not pretend that he did not see him, so he greeted him. Professor Ren, who was in the driver's seat, smiled and nodded. His gaze swept across Zheng Tan, who was squatting in the basket. At this time, the cars in front of them had finished turning. The silver-gray car next to them closed its windows and slowly drove away. The Jiaopa was riding on the small electric car. He felt strange. He noticed that Zhao Lu was right. There was something wrong with Professor Ren. Associate Professor Jiao knew that Professor Ren was hostile towards him. The institute had received a quota to encourage and support young teachers. In the end, they chose Professor Ren and the Jiaopa. In terms of qualifications, Professor Ren was obviously more qualified. After all, he had the word righteous. However, after a discussion among the leaders of the institute, they decided on the Jiaopa. Because of this, when the Jiaopa saw Professor Ren in the institute, he felt that Professor Ren's smile was fake and hostile. In that brief glance, the Jiaopa felt that Ren Chong was even more hostile towards him. There was something else hidden in the hostility, but the Jiaopa could not figure out the reason. No matter what, it was better not to let his cat come to the institute in the future. Who knew if Ren Chong was a psychopath? On the other hand, Ren Chong drove back to the villa he bought. After he returned to his house, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. The call was connected after a while. "How's the investigation going?" Ren Chong asked. The person on the other end of the phone talked to Ren Chong for about 5 minutes. During these 5 minutes, Ren Chong did not speak, but his expression was very bad. If the students of the Institute of Biological Sciences saw Professor Ren at this moment, their jaws would definitely drop. No one would have thought that the usually smiling and gentlemanly Professor Ren would have such a gloomy and fierce expression. Although his expression was very bad, his tone was the same as before. After the person on the other end finished speaking, Ren Chong said, "I understand. Continue to investigate." After hanging up the phone, Ren Chong sat on the sofa and thought about some of the things that had happened after he returned to China. Generally speaking, it was quite smooth until he met Jiao Mingxing. Jiao Mingxing was just a local associate professor. He had never been abroad, so he did not know the limits of his abilities. Did he really think that he was so great after being praised by those students who did not know anything? In terms of value, how could a country bumpkin like Jiao Mingxing compare to him? Those old guys in the institute and the few people in the university who made the decisions were really blind. From the moment he lost his place, Ren Chong knew that his obstacle had appeared. Before he returned to China, Ren Chong had met a few people at a banquet. One of them had learned some divination. Ren Chong had never believed in divination, so he did not take the person's words to heart. After arriving at Tsinghua University, not long after he lost his place, he happened to see Associate Professor Jiao driving his black cat home. At that moment, Ren Chong remembered what the person at the banquet had said. If you return to China to develop your career, pay attention to the cat. The biggest obstacle in your way might be the cat. If the biggest obstacle was a human, Ren Chong would have believed it. However, if it was a cat, Ren Chong would not have believed it even if he was beaten to death. Not only Ren Chong, but the people around him also did not believe it. Even the person who did the divination had some doubts about the results of his divination. Later on, he even apologized and said that it might be because he was not good enough and had not learned for long. Everyone was just playing around and did not take it too seriously. But now, Ren Chong had to take it seriously. Based on the information he had just learned, Ren Chong felt that it was hard to imagine. No wonder so many people said that the black cat was evil. Yi He, the dean of the School of Physics and the wife of the principal, who was known as Lord Buddha, Lan Tiesu, an old professor who had retired from the School of Biological Sciences but still had influence, the famous chairman of the Changwei Group, and his daughter Zhao Lu. These people took care of Jiao Mingxing openly and secretly. Even if they did not, no one knew if they were secretly involved. Sometimes, a word from these people was worth a few years or even decades of hard work. And the one who played an important role in this was only a cat that looked very ordinary. Although they did not find out how the cat was connected to these people, the fact was that it was undeniable. This was only what they had found so far. As for those who had not been found, how many people were connected to the cat? How many people could support Jiao Mingxing? Ren Chong never thought that he would lose to a country bumpkin like Jiao Mingxing. He heard that the institute had already arranged for Jiao Mingxing to go abroad. The fastest he could go abroad was a year. When he came back a year later, the associate on Jiao Mingxing's head would be removed. Ren Chong did not want Jiao Mingxing to go so smoothly. Now, the cat was like a thorn in Ren Chong's throat. Ren Chong could not wait to pull it out. Some things were better removed as soon as possible. Originally, Ren Chong was going to take care of it himself, but he still underestimated the cat's influence. He did not expect that a cat would involve so many people. Therefore, to be on the safe side, Ren Chong was not going to get involved and let others do it for him. When dealing with cats, there were always professionals. Chapter 55. Zheng Tan felt like he was being watched for the past 2 days. He wasn't sure who was watching him, but the feeling was very strong. Because of Jiao Pa's instructions, Zheng Tan didn't go to the biology building to avoid Ren Baqian. Not only that, but he also rarely left the courtyard at night. He only went out during the day when he couldn't hold it in. Usually, he would wait for the 2 children at the entrance of Fu Elementary School around 5 p.m. and then go home together. Even if he went out at night, he would only take a walk in the courtyard. He wouldn't go out of the courtyard, let alone to the alley in the old building. There were a lot of people during the day, so the campus was full of people. After all, it wasn't a closed school, so the checks on people entering and leaving the school weren't that strict. However, Zheng Tan couldn't relax until he found out why he was being watched. On this day, Zheng Tan found a big sycamore tree not far from the Dong family courtyard and climbed up to take a nap. Sure enough, it was safer to be high up, and the view was wider. Zheng Tan yawned. He thought too much last night and didn't sleep well, so he had to catch up on sleep during the day. Jiao Ma and a few colleagues recently had a teaching project to collaborate on. In a few months, Jiao Yuan would be entering junior high school. Jiao Ma also had to show her presence among the junior high school teachers. When the time came, Jiao Yuan would be able to gain more benefits from the school. The other families had elderly people or children who hadn't gone to kindergarten, so it wasn't convenient to visit them. In the end, they settled on Jiao family. Therefore, Zheng Tan wandered outside every day during the day. When he was tired, he would climb up a tree and sleep. If it rained, he would go to Pang's house. After all, Zheng Tan didn't want to stay at home and face those junior high school teachers. Zheng Tan was drowsily dozing off when the feeling of being watched came again. Zheng Tan moved his ears, but he didn't hear any strange sounds. There were only students walking around. Not far away, there was a cleaner sweeping the floor. From time to time, there were cars passing by. Not far from here, there was a sports field. Occasionally, there would be some cheering from there. These were all very common sounds, and Zheng Tan was already used to it. However, the feeling of being watched made Zheng Tan restless. Thus, Zheng Tan opened his eyes and scanned the area below the tree. He still didn't find anyone suspicious. However, Zheng Tan was more careful this time. He tried his best to remember those who were walking slowly or sitting on the benches and grass, as well as those who didn't move quickly. If the other party wanted to keep an eye on them, they would definitely not move quickly. Coming down from the tree, Zheng Tan came to a cafeteria near the teaching area of the school. After looking around, he found a big tree in the north corner of the cafeteria and jumped onto it. With his back facing the road, he continued to lie down and sleep. After a while, when the feeling of being watched rose again, Zheng Tan narrowed his eyes and looked at the cafeteria across from him. The reason why Zheng Tan chose this cafeteria and the tree in the north corner was because of the SLR glass in the north corner of the second floor. Because there was an office in the corner of the second floor, it was renovated with SLR glass. Only the inside could see the outside. If one looked from outside the cafeteria, it could be used as a mirror. Zheng Tan looked at the reflection of the glass and observed the people inside. Then, he compared them with the people he remembered. Finally, Zheng Tan's gaze fell on a seemingly ordinary student. The student was carrying a backpack and holding a book in his hand. He slowly walked towards the cafeteria. During this process, he looked at where Zheng Tan was every 2 steps. Finally, he came to the grass in front of the cafeteria and sat down, spreading out his book. Before Zheng Tan came over, this person was reading on the grass not far from the sycamore tree that Zheng Tan was under. There were many students reading on the grass like this. When Zheng Tan opened his eyes and looked over, he also had his head down, so Zheng Tan didn't notice him. After thinking about it, Zheng Tan got up and stretched. Then he looked around casually. Sure enough, that person lowered his head again. Zheng Tan lay down and continued to sleep facing the hall, but his eyes were looking at the SLR glass in the cafeteria. Just as Zheng Tan guessed, that person raised his head and looked in Zheng Tan's direction again. And every few seconds he would look over here. Zheng Tan was puzzled. Who was this person? Why was he spying on him? Moreover, even if he was spying on him, the target was only a cat. Was there a need to be so cautious? Zheng Tan couldn't understand. Could it be that he was too famous in the advertisement and someone wanted to take him away? That was how it was on TV. Otherwise, why would a cat with no value be spied on like this? Since he had found a suspect, Zheng Tan was going to go against him. Zheng Tan was very regular every day. In the morning, he came out with the children, walked around, and came to the tree north of the cafeteria to sleep. At the same time, he was also spying on that person. At noon, he would go home for lunch and take a nap. In the afternoon, he would come out with the 2 children, jump on the same tree, and continue to spy on him. Sometimes, he was afraid of being discovered, so Zheng Tan would change places. Some of the supermarkets and snack shops in the school also had this kind of SLR glass. It wasn't that Zheng Tan was overly cautious. It was just that the other person's behavior of spying on a cat made Zheng Tan feel uneasy. No matter what, it was better to be careful. A week later, Zheng Tan found that the person was gone. The feeling of being spied on also disappeared. No more spying? Or could it be that there was a next step? Zheng Tan's doubts only lasted for 1 day. The next night, after dinner, Zheng Tan and Jiao Ma went out together. Jiao Ma went to find friends to dance and exercise. Zheng Tan walked around the courtyard. Sometimes, when he was bored, he would play with the dogs in the courtyard. Huang and Sheriff were both locked up at home. Huang had been castrated, so he might be quieter. However, Sheriff couldn't stay idle. When he was first locked up at home, he kept barking. However, he had someone at home to play with him, so he gradually stopped barking. During the day, he would occasionally be let out to play, but he was absolutely not allowed to go out at night. Therefore, if Zheng Tan wanted to find a cat to walk with him, he could only find Depang. However, this fat man always squatted on his balcony and rarely came out to walk. After playing with Zhuang, Zheng Tan walked around the courtyard in boredom. It was almost 8:30. Jiao Ma and her friends would return from their dance party at 9 o'clock. Jiao Pa was at home today. Jiao Yuan's homework included dictation. After the dictation, Jiao Pa still had to sign, so Jiao Pa didn't go out that night. Therefore, Zheng Tan planned to wait for Jiao Ma to come back and follow her upstairs. As he walked, Zheng Tan suddenly heard the sound of wings flapping. Moving his ears, Zheng Tan looked in the direction of the sound. It was close to the courtyard wall and was considered a remote place in the courtyard. There were some osmanthus trees and wintersweet trees planted there to beautify and decorate the courtyard. However, Zheng Tan and his friends didn't usually play there. After all, there were too few trees here and the trunks were thin. It wasn't fun to sharpen one's claws and climb a tree. Compared to the small forest next to the family courtyard, this place was much more boring. Therefore, Zheng Tan and Huang preferred to walk a few more steps to the small forest outside the courtyard to play. However, Zheng Tan looked in the direction of the sound of wings flapping. It was a bit strange. Was it a bird? If it were other cats, they would definitely go in that direction. Cats didn't hunt for food. Hunting was their nature. If they heard the sound of birds, they would definitely go over. However, Zheng Tan was different. Zheng Tan wasn't interested in catching birds at all. He turned around and prepared to leave. After taking 2 steps back, Zheng Tan heard a small sound again. It sounded like someone sighing in exasperation. Although the sound was deliberately lowered, Zheng Tan still heard it. As Zheng Tan walked, he pretended to play with the branches and glanced at the courtyard wall from the corner of his eyes. The street lamp was more than 10 meters away and could only illuminate the road. It was still very dark on the side of the tree, but Zheng Tan still noticed the head on the courtyard wall with the advantage of being a cat. Something was wrong. After Zheng Tan pretended to scratch the branches twice, he heard the cage flapping a few more times. Zheng Tan took the opportunity to go over and see what was going on. Although he was curious, Zheng Tan still paid attention to the movements around him. He didn't want to get hit for no reason. The trees here were all about 3 or 4 meters tall. Although there weren't many, they were quite dense. From the surroundings, it was impossible to see what was going on under the trees. The flapping sound came from under the osmanthus trees. As he approached the osmanthus trees, Zheng Tan smelled the scent of birds and other smells. The flapping sound of wings was accompanied by the sound of metal colliding. It was just like when Zheng Tan saw the cage used to catch mice in Xiao Chu's house. When Xiao Chu patted the mouse cage, it was similar to this sound. Fish? Cat catcher? Cat catcher? Or specifically to catch him? Zheng Tan's heart was full of questions. Logically speaking, there should be fewer people catching cats at this time, not to mention that this was the family compound of the university. How could these people be so bold? Zheng Tan had already walked under the osmanthus trees. As he slowly approached, he saw the cage. There were some leaves on the cage for cover. One side of the cage was open. That was the opening of the cage. The cage was about 60 centimeters long and 20 centimeters wide. A sparrow could be seen fluttering inside the cage from time to time. Perhaps it had sensed Zheng Tan's approach, for the sparrow fluttered even more violently. However, since it was chained inside the cage, it couldn't get out at all. It could only flap its wings inside the cage. Sometimes, when it struggled too violently and shook too hard, its wings would hit the top of the cage and hit the cage. Sensing that the predator was getting closer and closer, it made a few frightened cries. When Zheng Tan approached the cage, Depang, who was squatting on the balcony on the first floor of the Bee family building, suddenly moved its ears and opened its eyes. It looked at the old lady in the room who was wearing reading glasses and fastening buttons. It made a low, meow sound, like the warning sound other cats made when they encountered a threat, but it was a little different. After the old lady heard it, she stopped fastening the buttons and immediately put down the things in her hands. "What's wrong?" The old lady looked at Depang. "Meow." The old lady frowned, then picked up the phone and called the guard. When she looked up again, Depang was gone. "What the hell happened?" the old lady whispered. She immediately put on her coat and took the stun baton, ready to see what happened. If it was just like last time when they encountered a thief, Depang wouldn't run out by himself, but this time, Zheng Tan stood 1 meter in front of the cage and didn't get any closer. He just stood there and looked at the cage. At the same time, he paid attention to the person who was leaning against the wall and looking over here. However, because the trees here were too dense, there were too many branches, and the branches were too lush. There was also a row of azaleas planted near the road, which blocked the view above and the side. However, Zheng Tan couldn't see that person, and that person certainly couldn't see Zheng Tan. Therefore, Zheng Tan was going to wait and see when that person couldn't help but climb over the wall. As he was thinking, Zheng Tan heard a meow sound. It was Depang, and it sounded like this guy was running over here. Depang had already jumped over the row of azaleas and came under the osmanthus tree. Seeing Zheng Tan standing in front of the cage, he rushed over and slapped Zheng Tan twice. Zheng Tan reacted quickly and took 2 steps back to avoid Depang's claws. Depang arched his back, and the hair on his back stood up. He lowered his ears and growled twice at Zheng Tan, then at the cage. Zheng Tan knew that Depang was warning him to stay away from the cage. Zheng Tan shook his tail and walked over, ignoring Depang's look of imminent disaster. He raised his paw and gently patted his head, then walked to the back of the cage, not facing the opening of the cage. Depang was still meowing and preparing to come over. Zheng Tan shook his tail, reached out his paw, and grabbed the cage. He lifted the cage and slammed it twice. Depang pulled his ears. Obviously, he didn't expect Zheng Tan to have such a reaction. After all, Depang wasn't human. Even if he was relatively smart, his thinking wasn't as good as a human's. If he were a human, he would definitely be shocked by Zheng Tan's reaction. Lifting the cage and slamming it directly wasn't something a cat could do. After slamming it twice, Zheng Tan looked at the cage. The door of the cage wasn't closed. It seemed that the mechanism inside hadn't been activated. The design was quite strict. Looking around, Zheng Tan bent his paw and hooked a thin branch. He then put the branch inside and touched a place inside the cage. But when the door of the cage closed, there was almost no time for the cat to react. If a cat was playing with a sparrow inside, it definitely wouldn't react before the door closed. Depang pulled his ears again and wagged his tail. He seemed a little confused, but he didn't look like he was about to face a disaster like before. After the cage closed, Zheng Tan's attention was on the person on the wall. However, that person seemed to be more cautious and didn't immediately climb over the wall. Zheng Tan understood what had happened a few days ago. These people had been monitoring him for so long and even placed the cage here. They had probably figured out his pattern of movement, and their target was most likely him. "Awu!" Zheng Tan roared twice at the top of his lungs. "I don't believe that you can hold back and not move before I yell at the people in the yard." Hearing Zheng Tan's roar, Depang also meowed loudly. In the family building, many people might not have heard it clearly, but the pets could hear it clearly. Huang and the sheriff could hear their two companions' cries, so they followed suit. The other dogs barked happily, especially the bulldog, Zhuangzhuang. It barked and scratched the iron door with all its might. For a moment, the yard was filled with cats and dogs barking. The last time something like this happened was when they were catching a thief. Obviously, after that experience, the first thought that came to the people's minds when they heard the noise was, "Someone is here to steal again." Old Man Yen threw down the newspaper in his hand and hurried downstairs to open the door for Niu Zhuangzhuang. "Quick, catch the thief." Before the door was fully opened, Niu Zhuangzhuang couldn't wait to squeeze out and run towards Zheng Tan and the others. Old Man Li didn't tie up his big dog. Seeing Old Man Yan's Zhuangzhuang run out, Old Man Li untied the dog leash on Xiaohua's neck and watched his dog run away with Niu Zhuangzhuang. The Saint Bernard was so big, but it still had to perform at critical moments. It couldn't just be big and not do anything. Other than these two, Sahara was also released by its owner. This guy was like on steroids again. It didn't care what its owner said behind it and kept running in the direction of Zheng Tan and Depang. As for the other people's small dogs like Chihuahuas, Pekingese, and Corgi, they weren't released. Regardless of whether they could catch the thief or not, even if they could, with the two big dogs and Niu Zhuangzhuang's ferocious lead the charge, the few small dogs would probably be accidentally hurt. On the other side, the person who had been watching the cat cages from the yard wall almost spat out blood when he heard the two cats roaring at the top of their lungs. F***, why did these cats suddenly roar so loudly? Chapter 56. What's going on? The Jiao Yuan stopped doing his homework. He was halfway through his dictation when he heard the commotion outside. Just like everyone else, the Jiao Yuan thought of the thief incident. He put down his pen and looked around. His cat wasn't back yet. The Jiao Pa put down his 6th grade language textbook and walked to the window to take a look. Young adults came out of the surrounding buildings one after another. Some curious children leaned against their windows or balconies to look outside. Soon, they were pulled into the house by their parents. "Sit down." The Jiao Pa called the Jiao Yuan, who was leaning against the window, over. He took out his phone to ask the others and also called the old lady on the first floor. After all, people who lived on the first floor could get the news faster. After hanging up the phone, the Jiao Pa thought for a moment and walked out of the Jiao Yuan's room. He opened the door and saw Chu Xiangyang, who was sitting across from him, open the door and look over. "Hey brother Jiao, did you hear that?" "Xiao Chu, you're just in time. I was going to look for you." 1 minute later, Chu Xiangyang sat on the sofa in the Jiao family's living room. The associate professor Jiao asked him to stay and look after the children. The associate professor Jiao quickly went downstairs. The commotion in the East Burrows family compound was too big, and the process from quiet to noisy was too short. The person who caught the cat did not expect things to develop like this. They had never encountered such a situation when they were catching cats in residential areas. After hearing the loud cat calls from the osmanthus tree, the catcher immediately jumped over the wall and ran to the cage. He didn't dare to delay. Besides, he already heard the dog barking coming this way. With a beautiful leap, the catcher jumped over the row of azaleas. He didn't slow down and directly ran to the osmanthus tree. But before he could see the position of the cage, for cat claws scratched at him. Depang's claws were frightening. Even though his strength was not as great as Zheng Tan's, he was ruthless and neat enough. Moreover, the places he scratched were close to the cat's eyes. If he had been a little stronger or his claws were a little longer, the cat catcher's eyes would probably have been blinded. Even if he wasn't blinded, there were several deep bloodstains from his eyebrows to his eyes and nose. Almost immediately, blood overflowed from the claw marks. Depang did not think about whether it had caught someone blind, or whether it would have to bear the consequences if it caught someone too badly. It had been trained to fight back when it was in danger. As for the trouble after that, someone would help it deal with it. It was the same for Zheng Tan. He scratched the same spot as Depang. As he controlled his strength, he would only cause temporary damage to that person's eyes and vision. Zheng Tan's scratches were much longer than Depang's, almost reaching his neck. At the same time, he took the opportunity to kick the man twice when he rushed up. He used a little more strength than an ordinary cat. Zheng Tan didn't want to expose too much. Ah! A scream was heard. It was not loud, but it was obviously from the pain that he couldn't suppress. The man covered his face. He rushed over too fast and didn't stop, so he directly hit an osmanthus tree. After the successful attack, Depang quickly moved away and looked at him from 10 meters away. Zheng Tan didn't hide. Seeing that the catcher didn't even want the cage, he hurriedly got up and prepared to go to the yard wall. He wasn't going to let the man escape. Even if he couldn't beat him down, there were other ways. The man's eyes were probably injured. In the dark environment, he couldn't see his surroundings clearly. He hit several trees and still couldn't get out. Seeing that the man's back was facing him, Zheng Tan rushed over, jumped up, and grabbed the man's pants. Strip. It was a pity that the man was wearing jeans and a belt. Zheng Tan couldn't take it off. The man felt a scratch on his thigh. He didn't look carefully, turned around, and kicked hard. However, he didn't kick the cat. He tripped on a branch and fell on his back. The catcher didn't expect to catch a cat like this. The cat didn't enter the cage, but it was so bold to come up and scratch people. Didn't they say that domestic cats were more gentle? Most of the cats he had caught in the community before didn't have such bad tempers. The cat he was facing now didn't give up after scratching him once. It scratched him a second time. If he had been wearing sweatpants, his pants would have been taken off. However, the situation didn't allow the catcher to think too much. He had to run away quickly. However, before he could get up, he felt a sharp pain in his butt. Depang and Zheng Tan, who were squatting next to him, pulled their ears together. Niu Zhuangzhuang, you are so King awesome. Niu Zhuangzhuang had bitten people before. It was the same this time. It didn't think about the danger at all. It rushed up and bit him. This time, Niu Zhuangzhuang didn't bite his calf. Maybe it felt that its mouth had become bigger or for some other reason, but this time, it bit his butt. Since Niu Zhuangzhuang was here, Flowery and Sahara arrived soon. Flowery didn't bite people, but it could bite other things. Seeing that its companions had bitten, it also found something to bite. The catcher was wearing clothes with a hat. Flowery bit the hat on the man's clothes and dragged it backward. As it dragged, it shook its head and made a low growl. Originally, Flowery was just playing with toys. However, the catcher raised his hand to slap the big dog because the hat on his clothes was bitten. However, this slap made Flowery angry. It had a good temper, but it didn't mean that it wouldn't get angry. In addition, there were two companions next to it, so it gradually became serious. It used more strength, and its tearing action was much more violent than before. As Flowery tore and swayed, the catcher was also pulled to the side. He was already dizzy, and now, he was even dizzier. Zheng Tan thought of a movie he had seen before. It was called Quzhou. In that movie, Saint Bernard dogs were once the symbol of terror. After coming back to his senses, Zheng Tan looked at the situation again. The funny thing was that Flowery was biting the man's hat, and Sahara was biting the man's pants. The two dogs were pulling in opposite directions. Moreover, Niu Zhuangzhuang was biting in the middle. It had to be said that the catcher was really unlucky. The catcher was feeling terrible. His face was still burning, and there was a dog biting his butt. There were two dogs eyeing him from head to toe. He was getting dizzier and dizzier. After he took a breath, he didn't bother to fight with the big dog. He reached into his pocket and searched. He searched. There was nothing. He searched again. There was still nothing. He searched again. There was still nothing. Where was the knife? Zheng Tan looked at the man's movements and knew what he was looking for. However, when the man fell and Niu Zhuangzhuang rushed up to bite him, Zheng Tan took the opportunity to take the knife out of the man's pocket and threw it to the side. He didn't want the man to hurt the three dogs with the knife. The people in the courtyard weren't slow either. They quickly arrived. The first to arrive was the guard uncle. The guards in charge of this area were a few steps behind him. The guard uncle got to work quickly after he received the old lady's call. He was a retired soldier. Although his relatives had helped, it was mainly because of the old lady that he was able to come here to do this leisurely job. Her son had also helped arrange it, so he would often help the old lady a little. When the old lady called to explain the situation, he immediately notified the school's security office. He also came out with a flashlight and a shirt. He couldn't let the staff in the courtyard take the risk. However, the guard uncle was helpless when he arrived. The three dogs were too engrossed, and their tempers were obviously aroused. He would definitely be implicated if he went up rashly. Scratching his head, the guard uncle looked at the two cats squatting next to him. What should we do? Zheng Tan glanced at him, then walked over to the cat cage. The guard uncle shone the flashlight at Zheng Tan and quickly recognized the use of the cage. He walked over and took the cage out. He looked at the sparrows that hadn't moved much. He also looked at some marks on the cage. Obviously, many cats had been caught in this cage. Wow, you've got guts. You actually came to the courtyard to trap cats. The guard uncle looked back at Depang, who was squatting on the side of the road as if it had nothing to do with him, and then looked at the cat catcher who was being bullied by the three dogs. He curled his lips. Coming here to trap cats, wasn't he looking for death? Even if the laws in this area weren't perfect in our country, since he was caught, he definitely wouldn't be let off easily. Moreover, the fat dragonly was involved. A few people from the compound came over and used their flashlights to look at the situation over there. They also heard the guard talk about the use of the cage, so they didn't go up to help the cat catcher. They just stood at the side and watched, chatting with the guard. It was the first time they had seen a cage used to catch cats, so they were curious. People like this who steal cats usually sleep during the day and start stealing cats around midnight. From midnight to 5 or 6 in the morning, they can steal 10 to 20 cats. Didn't you say that a lot of people lost their cats a while ago? It's all done by these people. But it's strange. This person looks like an experienced cat thief. He actually came here to steal cats, and at 8 or 9 in the morning. The guard uncle shook his head as he spoke. Zheng Tan squatted not far away and listened to their conversation. He also wanted to know something about this. After all, before he became a cat, he didn't care about these things at all. But now, he had no choice. After all, it was related to his life. Are they all stolen pet cats? Even if they're eaten, can't the merchants raise them? Chickens, pigs, and other livestock for eating, aren't there specialized factories to raise them? Why are they stealing house cats? A younger guy asked. The guard uncle smiled. Raise them? How is that possible? It's better to steal cats. It's faster and cheaper. Cats aren't like dogs. They're easy to catch. And these people have skills in trapping cats. They specialize in trapping big cats and let go of the small ones. They'll come back next year. Anyway, they don't have to spend their own money to raise cats. D***min. Did that mean that the cats that were raised so painstakingly were raised for these people? Also, don't they often see stray cats? Catching stray cats is bad enough, But stealing house cats. The young man sighed. There aren't many stray cats. The market demand is high, so these people target domestic pet cats. Moreover, house cats are raised well and don't have diseases. They can be sold at a higher price. But the people who lose their cats are pitiful. A middle-aged teacher next to him also interrupted. That's right. After raising a cat for so long, they have feelings for it. Those who lose their cats will be sad for a long time. Wasn't that person before? After losing his cat, he couldn't eat or drink. Xianxia knew the person who lost his cat. He also lived in the east courtyard, but that family's cat didn't play with Xianxia and the others. That cat once ran into the first floor of Building B and climbed over the balcony to steal Depang's food. It was severely taught a lesson by Depang. But during the new year, Xianxia heard that the cat had disappeared. He didn't think too much about it. Now that he thought about it, Xianxia sighed. How much does this cat sell for? The young man asked curiously. Not much, just a few dozen yuan. Native cats are similar, so it's sold cheaply. After the cats were caught, some of them were skinned and sent to fur markets in other places. As for the cat meat, they were sold to restaurants or barbecue stalls. Some of the barbecue and skewers at street stalls might have cat meat in them, and some other foods might also have cat meat in them. Many people didn't even know that they had eaten them. Some cats are directly thrown into boiling pots to burn to death. It's said that chopping off the head and feet can be passed off as rabbit meat or other meat. This is the fur and cat meat business. There are also cat-catching organizations that do live cat business. After catching the cats, they're shipped to the south in truckloads. In the big cities, to get these truckloads of cats, they're all stolen house cats. No wonder Sister Ling kept her cat at home. I haven't seen her Huang recently. Right, are there many cat-catching organizations? The young man asked. There are many. Why don't you catch these people? The guard uncle paused and said, there are more cat-catching organizations than you think. They're all over the country. It's too complicated and involves too many things. Some people pull truckloads of cats to the south. Even if they're stopped halfway, they still have a license in their hands. There are always other legitimate reasons to avoid them. You can't catch them. Xianxia listened to their conversation and suddenly felt cold all over. Because he was now a cat, the feeling was even stronger. Connecting the conversation between the guard uncle and the few people, Xianxia knew that the cat that stole Depang's rations was lost and would never come back. The people in the courtyard gradually gathered here, and the people in the security office also rushed over. The 3 dogs were called back by their owners. As for the cat catcher, he was in quite a sorry state. His face was full of cat scratches, his trousers were torn, his buttocks were bleeding, and his clothes were torn into rags. But no one here sympathized with him. The woman who had just mentioned that the cat was lost was very emotional. She waved her hand and wanted to come over, but she was stopped by her husband. Under the osmanthus tree, the cat thief covered his face and lay there, blood still flowing from between his fingers. Soon, this person was taken away by the security office. But the people in the courtyard didn't stop discussing. Xianxia saw the jiaopa and ran over. It was safer to be with family. Depang was very excited when he saw the old lady. He rushed over and jumped on her. The old lady picked him up. Looking at the series of actions, it was obvious that she had done this kind of thing often. Xianxia watched from the side and was very surprised. This guy was fine just now, but now he's scared. T fatty, with your weight, can't you understand that the old lady is already so old? Feeling Xianxia's gaze, Depang raised his head, squinted his eyes, and shook his ears. He buried his head in the old lady's arms and continued to seek comfort. Every time he pretended to be pitiful, the old lady would give him more food after he went back. The jiaopa took Xianxia and walked with the old lady to their building. As they walked, they listened to the old lady talk about how Depang recognized the cat cage. Depang has been trained. My son said that the cat's biggest enemy is that thing, so every time I go to his place, he will train Depang to avoid all kinds of cat cages and other cat traps. Sigh, cat thieves nowadays are so wicked. Chapter 57. The news that someone had stolen a cat from the East Side family compound spread like wildfire. No one expected that someone would try to trap a cat on a university campus, and at 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, not in the middle of the night. It had to be said that the person who had set the cat was very brave. For a time, all the residents of Tsinghua University, including the West Side family compound, tied up their cats at home at night. Even if they screamed until their throats were broken, they would not let them out. If they were annoyed, they would send them to Xiaoguo for sterilization. It was said that sterilized cats would not be so noisy. No matter what, it was better than running out and being trapped. If the cat was trapped, it would probably become someone else's meal. So these 2 days, Xiaoguo's pet center's business was very good. Even if some people did not want to perform surgery on their cats, they would run over to ask if there was any other way to keep their cats at home quietly. As for the cat thief who had been caught, the security guard found a motorcycle on the other side of the wall of the East Side family compound. There were several large woven bags on it. One of the bags had a few live sparrows in it. In addition, there was some food to lure the cat. Looking at these things, it was obvious that this person had done this many times. According to this person, he had only come over to trap a cat because he had heard the cats meowing. He had originally planned to go to a neighborhood not far from here. That was his main target. Zheng Tan heard all this when he was talking to the Jiao Pa and the Jiao Ma. However, Zheng Tan did not believe the cat thief's words at all. He felt that the person had come for him. It was too much of a coincidence. They had been carefully monitoring a cat, and now someone had come to steal the cat? Moreover, the person had come to the East Side family compound. Relatively speaking, there were not many cats in the East Side family compound. There were fewer cats than in some residential neighborhoods. Why would the person take the risk to come here at 8 or 9 o'clock to trap a cat? The time was just right when he usually went out. In the bedroom, the Jiao Pa was holding a textbook in his hand, but his attention was not on the book. He felt that something was wrong and was inexplicably uneasy. No matter what, he should not let his cat go out. Zheng Tan and Jiao Pa had the same idea. Since there were many things that they were unsure of and had doubts about, they might as well just stay at home. Not to mention Zheng Tan, even Depang had been locked up at home for the past few days. They weren't even allowed to lie on the balcony. The old lady cherished Depang. She was afraid that the cat that she had spent so much effort to raise would be taken away. After staying at home for a week, Zheng Tan began to feel uncomfortable again. One morning, when Jiao Ma sent Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo out, Zheng Tan followed them out. To be on the safe side, the Jiao Ma asked Zheng Tan to follow her all the way to the Jiao Ma Primary School affiliated to Renmin University of China. When the Jiao Ma Primary School affiliated to Renmin University of China, she wanted to go to the market. Of course, Zheng Tan wouldn't go with her. However, the Jiao Ma Primary School affiliated to Renmin University of China didn't want to let Zheng Tan wander around. Therefore, she told Zheng Tan to wait at the lawn in front of the school. Not long after the sun came out in the morning, the temperature had started to rise. Many flowers in the school had bloomed, and chirping birds were noisily shitting everywhere. The bell rang to signal the start of class. Students from the affiliated primary school and the affiliated primary school started their classes. The road became quiet again. Zheng Tan lay on a piece of landscape stone and yawned. Sure enough, he still needed to breathe in the fresh air occasionally. Before he could finish his yawn, Zheng Tan felt a sudden sense of crisis. It was similar to the situation when he was being watched a while ago, but this time, there was a strong sense of crisis. This was the first time Zheng Tan felt this way since he turned into a cat. He looked around vigilantly and finally his eyes fell on a young man in gray sportswear. The young man was carrying a backpack and wearing a mask. His hands were in his pockets, and he looked like an ordinary student. Due to the SARS incident last year, a lot of people wore masks when they went out. Although there weren't that many people wearing masks now, there were still some who did. Even those who rode electric scooters to work sometimes wore masks. The air in Tsinghua City wasn't very good. Many places were under construction, so there was a lot of dust. Wearing a mask wouldn't be noticed. Although this person was wearing a mask, Zheng Tan still recognized him. This was the guy who was spying on him a while ago. Since he recognized him, Zheng Tan had to be alert. Seeing that the guy was walking towards him, Zheng Tan didn't want to confront him directly. There were too few people around, and it was really disadvantageous for him. However, just as Jing Tan was about to run, he felt a pain on his back. Ouch! He didn't have the strength to scream. The numbness had begun to spread quickly throughout his body. His vision was blurred, and his consciousness was gradually losing control. Jing Tan rolled down from the landscape stone. On the side with his back facing the person, Jing Tan struggled to pull off the pet tag from his neck. At this moment, he was very glad that his cat tag rope was elastic. Even if he was caught, Jing Tan wanted to let the Jiao Pa know that something happened to him here. After taking off the cat tag and throwing it at the bottom corner of the landscape stone, Jing Tan tried his best to squeeze into the bushes on the other side. Unfortunately, the numbness was too strong. His limbs were already weak, and he fell to the ground after a few steps. There was also a needle in his back. *CK. They actually used a tranquilizer gun to catch a cat. In a daze, Jing Tan felt that someone was approaching. Then one of his legs was grabbed and stuffed into a bag. Then, the surroundings were dark. The young man seemed to be nervous and in a hurry. When he saw someone passing by on a bicycle, he quickly ran over, stuffed the cat into his bag, and hurried away. He didn't notice the cat tag under the corner of the landscape stone. After buying groceries, Jiaoma carried a few big bags in her hands. She also bought ribs. She was going to cook a big meal for everyone. However, when she came back, her cat was no longer on the lawn. Before she left, her cat was lying on the stone. Did it go to play? Black charcoal. After calling twice, Jiaoma looked around the lawn. When she came to the back of the landscape stone, she found the cat tag that had fallen there. Jiaoma asked around. No one paid attention to the situation here. However, a teacher in the teaching building of affiliated primary school said that when he came out of the office, he saw a person wearing a mask go to the lawn. However, from this angle, they couldn't see the lawn clearly. Jiaoma didn't care about the groceries in her hands. Instead, she quickly took out her phone and called Jiao Pa based on her understanding of her cat. If it had been told to wait here, it wouldn't have left for no reason. Moreover, it had left the cat tag here. Her cat was so smart. Thinking about the cat incident a few days ago, Jiao Ma was very worried. Was it really taken away? In the teaching building, Jiao Pa was in class. He felt the phone in his pocket vibrate. He looked at the screen, frowned, took out his phone, and walked out of the professor's office. Usually, teachers weren't allowed to answer phone calls in class, except for emergencies. When Jiao Pa saw Jiao Ma's phone number, he knew it must be something urgent. Otherwise, she wouldn't have called him even though she knew he had classes in the morning. The students sitting in the classroom saw Associate Professor Jiao go out to answer a phone call. After a while, he came back in with a serious face. He turned off the projector and told everyone to study by themselves. Then he left in a hurry. The young man who had caught Jing Tan hurriedly walked out of Tsinghua University's campus. He was about to find a place to deal with the cat when the phone in his pocket rang. "Uncle, what's up?" "I'm leaving in an hour. If you're leaving, come here quickly." The person on the other side of the phone seemed to be worried. "Why are you in such a hurry? Didn't you say you're leaving at night?" "No, it's an emergency. Come here quickly." After that, the person on the other side of the phone hung up. The young man hesitated, gritted his teeth, and decided to leave first. He could deal with the cat anytime. However, it might be a little troublesome to get the money. An hour later, the young man appeared in a warehouse in the suburbs. In front of the warehouse was a small truck. Next to the truck was a man in his 40s or 50s, smoking. After seeing the young man, the man said impatiently, "What took you so long?" "I did a job." The young man didn't say much. He took out his backpack and showed it to the man. The man took a deep puff and threw away the cigarette butt. He took the backpack and opened the zipper. He saw a black cat in the backpack. He lifted the cat by its legs and looked at it. "Not bad. I can sell it for a good price. The fur is not bad. I'm sure people will buy it when I get rid of it. What should I do with this cat? My employer told me to kill it, and I was about to throw it into the river when the time came." "Uncle, you called me. Why would you throw it away?" The man stared at the young man. "This cat is well fed. If we're lucky, we can sell it for a few hundred yuan with the meat and the shiny fur. It's not common to see pure black fur. Okay. The young man agreed. Who wouldn't want to sell it for money? The man carried the cat into the truck and threw it into the cage. This medium-sized truck was filled with cages of cats. According to the cat's appearance and the price they could sell for, they were divided into several grades and kept in different cages. Outside the truck, there were some large cardboard boxes with some sundries inside. They were brought in by the people they helped, so they had more ways to make money. After throwing the cat into a cage on the upper level, the man closed the door of the truck, climbed into the driver's seat, and drove away. The young man sat in the passenger seat. He didn't have time to ask some questions before, so he held it in until now. Uncle, why are you in such a hurry? I don't know what's going on these 2 days. Someone checked, and the fake IDs in the hands of a few of my fellows were found. Even the whole truck was detained. I'm afraid they'll investigate further. It's better to run away first. This time, he didn't catch too many cats. The cages in the truck weren't full yet. If it weren't for the urgent situation, he would have stayed here for a few more days. Even if there were no cat traps, he could still drug a few dogs. Yesterday, he saw a few big fat dogs. Investigate further? No way. It hasn't been like this in the past. The young man was surprised. Anyway, we don't plan to come to Chuhua City for the next few months. The situation here is tense. I'm so King unlucky. This has never happened before. Didn't those people turn a blind eye to it? Why are they suddenly so serious now? The man complained as he drove. The young man in sportswear didn't care about his relatives' complaints. He took out his phone and started to make a call. He hadn't met the employer, but it didn't matter if he met the employer or not. The cat is settled. When will you transfer the money to me? The young man in sportswear asked. Is the cat dead? The person on the other side asked. It was shot with a tranquilizer gun. It's probably dead if it can't withstand it. Even if it can, it's useless. My uncle took it to the south and sold it to the market there. You don't have to worry about that. The person on the other side of the phone was silent and didn't speak. The young man thought that the other party didn't want to pay, so he was anxious. Chuhua City has been tense recently. You are also anxious. I risked being found out to help you. The tranquilizer gun cost a few thousand. Your deposit is all gone. You can't disappoint me. Don't worry. I promised you 30,000 yuan. I will transfer it to you later. Also, don't contact me in the future. After saying that, the person on the other side of the phone hung up. The young man listened to the beeping sound on the phone and cursed. What? That person wants to renege on the payment? The driver asked. Who knows? The young man sneered. Why did you buy a tranquilizer gun to trap a cat? The driver said disdainfully. I asked around. I heard that the cat has been trained. The employer also said that the cat is very smart. I was very careful even when I was monitoring it. The young man said and gradually changed the topic. He didn't say how much the employer had paid. In fact, he bought the tranquilizer gun secondhand from a friend. It was only a few hundred yuan. Even if the employer didn't pay, he still made a profit. The person who went to the eastern courtyard to trap the cat was contacted by the young man. He used that person to test the waters. If he managed to trap the cat, of course, it would be better. The young man could get rid of him with a few dozen yuan. But the results proved that the cat was not easy to catch. Coincidentally, a friend had a tranquilizer gun, so the young man bought it. But the cat didn't come out for the next few days. He couldn't find a chance to catch it. It had dragged on for too long. He had to be more aggressive. He didn't know if there were any cameras around. If there were, it would be best for him to hide in the south for a while. He actually used a tranquilizer gun to catch a cat. The young man didn't expect it to be like this. In the cabin of the medium-sized truck, Xianxia and a few cats were squeezed together in the cage at the top. Many of the cats in the cage had been drugged. They were groggy and didn't make any noise. Even if the cats were awake, they would only make a noise occasionally. They probably didn't have much energy left. Xianxia, who was in a coma, didn't know that because of his disappearance, there was a hurricane in Chuhua City. A large number of cat traffickers were arrested. That night, several trucks carrying live cats and dogs were detained. The Jiaopa used his connections to see a camera installed in the elementary school. It could vaguely see the lawn. Although the image wasn't clear, it was enough to confirm that his cat had been taken away. The Jiaopa asked some friends, Celestine, He Tao, and the others to help. They looked everywhere for the cat. They searched the detained trucks and several places where cats were sold. When they saw a black cat, they sent it to a place and waited for the Jiaopa to identify it. Unfortunately, Zheng Tan wasn't among them. That night, many people couldn't sleep. At the same time, because of this incident, there were some conflicts of interest. There were all kinds of conflicts in the open and in the dark. Zheng Tan didn't know any of this. The amount of anesthetic used by the young man was quite heavy. If it were a normal cat, it probably wouldn't have been able to survive. Even if it did, it would have been in a coma for a few days. However, Zheng Tan was a special case. Zheng Tan woke up after a few hours. However, even if he woke up, he still didn't have any energy. He was surrounded by unfamiliar breaths and unfamiliar cats. Zheng Tan could feel their fear and confusion. He had to endure even if he was hungry or thirsty. A few cats were whispering, like they were whimpering. Zheng Tan looked at the dark cabin. The cage he was in was closer to the cabin door. There was wind coming in through the gap of the cabin door, which made Zheng Tan more awake. It was dark outside the gap of the door. How long was the night? Zheng Tan lay in the cage, thinking about how to deal with the situation. However, after thinking about it, Zheng Tan fell asleep again. Chapter 58. Zheng Tan was woken up by a violent tremor, trampling and cat meowing. The effects of the drug had not completely disappeared. When he opened his eyes, Zheng Tan still felt like he was in a trance. He did not know where he was. He was not on the soft sofa of a Jiao family. He was surrounded by unfamiliar smells, and the air was filled with panic and anxiety. The yelling of people and the meowing of cats mixed together, giving Zheng Tan a headache. Bang! Cages with cats were placed on the shelves. Zheng Tan was stepped on by the other cats in the same cage. This time he really woke up. He opened his eyes and looked around. It was a small room, filled with a foul smell and the smell of blood. Zheng Tan could see some iron cages on the shelves opposite him, as well as a few simple cat cages made of wood and bamboo nailed together. His ears moved, and Zheng Tan also heard a dog barking next door. The dog barked harder than the cat. Zheng Tan sighed. His whole body was still weak, but he could stand up and move. The other cats in the same cage were all very strong. Some of them were even expensive cat breeds. Their fur was cleaner and shiny, and a few of them had collars and pet tags around their necks. They were all good-looking. As for Zheng Tan waking up, the cats in the cages did not pay attention to him. Domestic cats, especially those that had been raised for a few years, seemed to have sensed what was waiting for them. Outside this room was a restaurant. The whole street was full of such restaurants. However, even if they had spirituality, they were not as good as humans. Even if they knew there was danger, they could not think of a way to save themselves. They could only bark. Maybe they still had a lucky mentality, hoping that their owner could hear them. Zheng Tan looked around. Most of the cats in the cages were not stray cats. Even if their fur was dirty and there were no collars or tags around their necks, the eyes of stray cats were different from those of domestic cats. Zheng Tan could tell. He looked at the cages again. The good thing was that the locks of the cages were not complicated. They were not small bronze locks that required keys. After all, there were many cages. If each cage had a big iron lock or a small bronze lock, it would be too troublesome. The cages made of bamboo or wood also had latch locks. A few cats stretched out their paws to pull at the locked parts of the cages, but after all, they were not very smart. Not every cat was specially trained like Depang. No matter how much they pulled, they could not open the cages. This was not like pulling at the windows of their own home. Also, it took a bit of strength to pull the latches. The latches were very tight and could not be pulled by ordinary cats. For Zheng Tan, this kind of thing, he did not know when the peddlers outside would come in. Logically speaking, since he had just finished counting, he wouldn't come in to take a look. However, he had to be careful as this matter concerned his life. There were no cameras installed in this place. Thinking about it, how could those people be willing to spend money to install cameras in this kind of broken place? Zheng Tan perked up her ears and listened attentively. There were footsteps coming and going at the door, as well as voices. Jing Tan felt that it was familiar. When he was in a coma, he heard this sound. When the sound of footsteps faded away, Jing Tan pushed aside a cat that was waving its paws at the cage door. The cat had a bad temper. It bared its teeth at Jing Tan. After being slapped by Jing Tan, the cat was not very willing, but it obediently moved aside. Jing Tan came to the cage door and looked at the iron latch that was as thick as a person's thumb. It had to be turned at an angle to pull it out. He stretched his arm out of the cage. When he touched the iron latch, he bent his palm and hooked his paws on the iron latch handle. He turned the handle 90 degrees up and pulled it to the left. Because Jing Tan had slapped the cat that was blocking the cage door, the other cats in the cage kept a little distance from Jing Tan. So, after Jing Tan removed the latch, he pushed the cage open and slipped out. Before the other cats could squeeze in, he closed the cage again. It was not that Jing Tan did not want to save them, but Jing Tan needed to observe the surrounding situation first. If he let these fellows out, Jing Tan was afraid that he would alert the enemy and ruin his chance to escape. Seeing that Jing Tan had come out, the cats in the cage started a new round of meowing. A few cats also stretched their paws to hook the iron latch, but it was futile. Taking a deep breath, Jing Tan looked around. He ran to the door and jumped up to try the lock. It was locked. Obviously, it was impossible to get out through the door. In addition to the door, there was an open window in the small room. The wooden window frame was cracked and the paint was peeling. The original color could not be seen. The window was closed and the latch was inserted. It looked like it had not been opened for a long time. There was dust in the gaps and the latch was rusty. There was a layer of stain on the glass. Only the middle part of the window could be seen. Jing Tan walked over from the shelf and leaned against the window to take a look. Outside the window was a narrow cement road. The house on this side and the house on the other side of the cement road were facing away from each other. Only the back door of the house led to this road. There were a few large trash cans on the cement road. They were all filled with garbage. Although a lot of it was in bags, he could still see some of the discarded remains and internal organs exposed from the bags. There were many flies flying on them. Even if he was mentally prepared, Jing Tan still could not help but feel a chill when he saw it. If he did not wake up and dragged on for a few hours, or a few days, would he end up like this? Would he be decapitated or skinned? But now was not the time to be emotional. Even if he had a lot of doubts about being caught, he had to suppress them and focus all his energy on escaping. Jing Tan moved the latch of the window. It had been too long since the window was opened, and the latch was rusty. Jing Tan's strength had not recovered, and it took a lot of effort to open the window. It seemed to be 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The sky was overcast, and it looked like it was going to rain. There was no one on the cement road. Jing Tan climbed out of the window. When he came out, he was going to push the window closed so that no one would notice anything strange. But after thinking about it, he did not close it. He would have to come back later to save himself the trouble. The house where the cats were kept was next to the house where the dogs were kept. Fortunately, the window of this house was open for ventilation. After all, dogs could not jump like cats. Even if they were released from the cage, they could not jump over the window. There was no one inside, only a cage of dogs barking and biting each other. Jing Tan opened the window and looked inside. Coincidentally, a large dog looked up at the window and saw Jing Tan. "Boof, boof, boof, boof. Stop barking." Jing Tan pulled his ears. Dogs were a little different from cats. Some of the cages were crowded with several dogs, and some were bigger and fiercer dogs. Each cage held one dog. From small Pomeranians and Pekingese to big native dogs and German Shepherds, there were all kinds. It was a little difficult to open the dog cages. It was not a problem with the lock. The cages here were basically the kind of latch type, and some were bayonet type. They were not difficult to open. There were a few low cages with a few native dogs squeezed in. The narrow cages made it difficult for them to stand up. They did not bark much, and their mental state was not very good. But Jing Tan did not dare to open the cages. Who knew if these dogs would bite him when they came out? There were also a few dogs barking happily. Looking at their eyes, it seemed like they wanted to rush up and bite him. What to do? Jing Tan looked around, and finally his eyes stopped on a thin iron rod in a shelf. The front end of the iron rod was sharpened, and there were bloodstains on it. There were some ropes and thin iron wires next to it. Zheng Tan climbed into the house. The surrounding dogs made Zheng Tan nervous. Many of the dogs had a murderous aura and were growling in their throats. They were probably thinking about how to bite Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan pulled out the thin iron rod and tied the thin iron wire to the iron rod. The iron wire formed a circle. Then he grabbed the iron rod with both hands and walked upright with 2 legs. Although it was a little difficult, he could walk slowly. On the shelf, there were some sticks and other things used for hitting. They were all bloody. Zheng Tan walked step by step. The pungent smell of blood almost made him vomit. Standing on the shelf, even if the cages were opened, the dogs could not do anything to Zheng Tan. They could not jump so high. Zheng Tan extended the thin iron rod downwards until it reached the latch of the cage. The iron wire tied to the top of the iron rod was hooked onto the latch. She lifted the iron rod, causing the latch to turn, and then pulled it to the side. With a click, the door of the cage opened. A few puppies ran out and scurried around looking for an exit. Zheng Tan did not care about them and continued to open the cages. The type with the bayonet was easier to handle. He poked it twice and it opened. In addition to the effort of lifting the iron rod, Zheng Tan was also familiar with opening a few cages. He opened the cages faster and faster. However, if someone opened the door and came in at this time, Zheng Tan would throw away the tools and leave. Escape was the first priority. After opening all the cages, Zheng Tan did not stay any longer. The dogs were barking too loudly. A few of the fiercer big dogs were showing signs of going crazy. The movement here was obviously easy to attract the attention of people outside. Out of the window, Zheng Tan went to the house where the cats were kept. He opened the cat cages one by one. The windows were open, and the cats escaped through the windows. When he opened the last cage, Zheng Tan heard someone shouting outside. Obviously, the escape of the cats had been discovered. Zheng Tan rushed out of the window. There were no shortcuts to escape. Even if the residents around were not restaurant owners, they would not be merciful to the cats. Zheng Tan did not dare hide there. He tried to run as far as he could. There was only one thought in his mind. Run away from this street. Run away from this area with signs like XX Hot Pot and XX Cat, Dog and Rabbit Meat Restaurant everywhere. While Zheng Tan was busy escaping, the young man who caught Zheng Tan was talking to a man in his 50s. "Uncle Guan, you have gained quite a lot this time," the young man said as he passed a cigarette to the man. The man called Uncle Guan took the cigarette and lit it. He took 2 puffs and said, "It was just a small fight." Boring. Uncle Guan was quite famous in this area. He was one of the earliest people who had started this business. Some of the young people had learned their skills from Uncle Guan. Of course, he did not teach them for nothing, and they had to pay him back. The young man also learned from Uncle Guan, including how to use the tranquilizer gun. He had followed Uncle Guan to hunt dogs a few times, so he was quite familiar with the skills. He was a fast learner, and he had been doing this a lot in the past few years. He had earned quite a lot. Last year, during the SARS outbreak, he was at a low point, but now he was slowly recovering. He was busy earning money. "You can earn about 100,000 renminbi a year now, right?" Uncle Guan said. Although it was a question, it was very certain. He was very good at this. The young man smiled and did not answer directly. He took out something and showed it to Uncle Guan. "Tranquilizer gun?" Uncle Guan looked at it casually. "Not bad, but it is too small. Boring. It does not feel good to hold. This kind of syringe is not easy to get. Based on the dosage, are you shooting dogs or humans?" The young man smiled. "Cats." Uncle Guan raised his eyebrows. "You are quite capable. Using this to shoot cats." His tone was full of disdain. Uncle Guan had always thought that cats were dumb as hell. Their curious nature could kill them, so they were easy to catch. The young man did not mind Uncle Guan's sarcasm. "That cat is not easy to catch. If I was not in a hurry to come back, I would not have used this. This time, I followed my uncle to a few cities in the central region and got this tranquilizer gun. I also got a BMQ to play with." The young man told some truths and lies. As for how much he had earned from the last job, he did not say a word. If he did, he would have to show some respect. Uncle Guan snorted and did not take the young man's words seriously. He paused and said, "Tomorrow I am going out to do a job. Are you interested?" "Where are you going?" the young man asked. Uncle Guan pointed to the west. The young man did not speak. Although he beat dogs to catch cats, and sometimes took a few jobs through middlemen, he had also beaten people up before. But he had never poached before. After finishing the cigarette, the young man threw the butt on the ground and squashed it with the tip of his foot. "But this time, I will follow Uncle Guan and gain some experience." Just as he finished, a worker rushed out from the shop with blood on his arm. The dog ran away. The cat ran away too. Their shop was not only a restaurant, but also a wholesale business. Earlier, someone wanted to buy a dog, so the worker took him to see the dog. Before he got close to the storage room, he heard someone say that the cat had run away. He was secretly happy, but when he reached the door, he heard that the dog's barking was not right, and he was worried. When he opened the door, he saw a big dog charging at him. If not for his quick reaction, his arm would have been broken. When the young man heard the worker's words, his heart skipped a beat. He hurried over to check out the situation. After 2 steps, he turned back to look at Uncle Guan. Before he could say anything, Uncle Guan pulled out the tools used to shoot dogs from his truck. "Let's go. My hands are itchy, so I'll give you a hand." "These animals are just restless," Uncle Guan said casually, but there was a crazed and cruel murderous intent in his words. Xianxia did not know what was going on at the restaurant, so he kept running. However, it took too much effort to open the cage earlier, and the effect of the drug had not completely worn off. Suddenly, a wave of tiredness and fainting hit him. Misfortune never came alone. The people behind him rode motorcycles and drove cars, picking up the escaped cats and dogs along the way. Not only the owner of the restaurant, other people on the street also joined in the action. The dogs barking and the sound of the batons stimulated Xianxia's eardrums. Xianxia just wanted to leave this street as soon as possible. This place was like a demon's den, but his legs were not listening to him, and his heartbeat was irregular. Before he lay down, Xianxia practically crawled to a corner. They were already out of the street, but when Xianxia heard the running footsteps, it was useless even if she cursed God in her heart. She took a few deep breaths to recover a little and planned to hide in the garbage dump at the corner. Although she was unwilling, her life was more important. Just as he was about to crawl into the trash pile, a white shadow appeared around the corner. A few young men were holding nets, sacks, and iron batons. They caught the escaped cats and dogs along the way. No one on this street had pets, so as long as they saw a cat or dog, they would catch it or hit it with a baton. It did not matter whether they were dead or alive. When they turned the corner, the young men saw a large white bear squatting not far from the trash pile. Even though they caught dogs, they did not dare to do so. It was a familiar face. It was raised by the son of a big boss, and it lived nearby. It was not on their street. Looking at the big white bear that was baring its teeth at them, the young men quickly left. The big guy did not have a good attitude toward the people on this street. Soon after they left, a girl about 17 or 18 years old passed by on a foldable bicycle. She waved at them. "You Jian, let's go." The big white bear barked. It looked at Xianxia, who was trapped inside, and jogged to catch up. The numbness only appeared for a while. After resting for a while, Xianxia began to feel his legs and feet again. Maybe it was the effect of the drug, or maybe it was the side effect of the drug, but he did feel much better now. Chapter 59. At night. Tsinghua University's residential area. The Jiaopa was standing in front of the door. He raised his hand and rubbed his face to hide his tired expression. He took out his keys and opened the door. The sofa in the living room was still empty. There was no longer a black cat lying there and watching TV. When they heard the sound of the door opening, the doors of the 2 children's rooms opened at almost the same time. However, when they saw the expression on the Jiaopa's face, their eyes dimmed again. It had been a week and there was still no news. The few illegal cat and dog trafficking dens that were taken down in Tsinghua City didn't have the information they wanted. Bang! The door of the 2 children's rooms was closed again. They went to do their homework. When they first found out that their cat was missing, the eyes of the two children were swollen from crying. Even though a week had passed, their eyes were still red and they were in low spirits. Still no news? The Jiaoma asked in a low voice. She was also in a bad mood. The Jiaopa shook his head and didn't say anything. After a while, he said, Celestine and Director He are helping to look for it. Director Zhao also asked a friend to keep an eye out for news in this area. There should be news soon. Just as he finished speaking, the phone in the bedroom rang. The Jiaopa quickly got up to answer it. The two children in the room pressed their ears against the door, hoping to hear some good news. However, the Jiaopa didn't say much after answering the phone. He only said a few words in a very low voice. He didn't seem to be very happy. After he hung up the phone, the Jiaopa took out a cigarette and stood on the balcony to smoke. Normally, the Jiaopa didn't smoke unless he was in a bad mood. The person who called just now was Celestine. He told the Jiaopa the results of his investigation. There was no news of black charcoal. However, the person who sold the tranquilizer gun had found it. Following this lead, they dug deeper. However, the person who bought the tranquilizer gun wasn't a local and was more cunning, so they couldn't find much. Although there wasn't much useful information, Jiaopa had always had a suspect in his heart. Then, he thought about his recent encounter with Professor Ren in the hospital. Professor Ren seemed to be quite proud of himself recently. While the people of Chuhua City were busy searching for Zheng Tan was sleeping in the attic of a villa. That day, he followed Dabai and the girl to a neighborhood nearby. The neighborhood was more luxurious, with elevators and villas. Dabai's house was one of the villas. As the girl's speed was not fast, it looked like she was just taking a stroll. She would stop and occasionally get off to buy something, so Zheng Tan was able to secretly catch up with her. It was just that he was too tired and had a hard time. His condition that day was really bad. The girl and the white bear entered from the main entrance of the residential area, but Zheng Tan entered from the side of the fence. He followed the direction of the girl and the dog and arrived at a villa. He found a nice place in the villa, the attic. For a cat, climbing into the attic of an American-style villa was not difficult. The attic of this villa was piled with some junk. Usually, no one would come here, so many places were covered with cobwebs and dust. There were originally a few rats, but after Zheng Tan arrived, they probably packed up and ran away. Anyway, Zheng Tan did not see them again. It was not easy to find a temporary place to stay. Zheng Tan's tense nerves finally relaxed a little. He rummaged through the things in the attic and found a pillow from a cardboard box. He did not care if there was a moldy smell on it and lay down on it to rest. Zheng Tan was woken up by the pitter-patter of the rain. The rain hit the windows of the attic, making pitter-patter sounds. In the quiet environment of the attic, the pitter-patter sounds were particularly clear. The sky outside was already dark. Another day had passed. Here, Zheng Tan could see the street lights of the residential area through the attic's window, as well as the lights of the surrounding residents. The shadows of people were flickering. At this time, it should be dinner time. Zheng Tan moved his nose. There was only a moldy smell in the attic. Zheng Tan knew where this area was and how far it was from Chuhua City. One was a central city, and the other was a coastal area in the south. It was because he was clear that he was at a loss. Xianxia City was not too far away from Nanqing, where he had lived for 20 years. Zheng Tan looked at the raindrops on the window. He did not know what he was thinking. To be precise, he was in a daze. However, he did not stay in a daze for long. He was hungry. Zheng Tan thought that he would wait until later, when everyone in this family was asleep, and then go down to look for food. Zheng Tan was not ready to expose himself. This family had a dog. They might not eat dog meat, but who knew if they would eat cats? What kind of character did this family have? He did not want to take the risk. Stretching, Zheng Tan moved his hands and feet, thinking about what to do in the future. If it was a human, it would be good. Unfortunately, it was just a cat. Waiting was boring. Zheng Tan rummaged through the junk and pulled out a small ball, the kind that was used for children's toys. It looked like it had not been touched for a long time. Lying on the pillow, Zheng Tan played with the ball with his 4 paws. His palm gently pushed the ball back, and then he used his foot to kick it back. Looking at the ball jumping in the air, Zheng Tan felt that he was really like an animal in a circus. Speaking of which, if he was not there, he did not know what would happen to the Jiao family. There was also Xiaoguo's advertisement. Zheng Tan played with the ball and thought about things at the same time. The sound of the family's laughter came from downstairs. There was also the sound of advertisements on the TV and the familiar dialect that he had not heard in a long time. Finally, in the middle of the night, the rain outside seemed to have stopped. There was a window in the attic that could be pushed open. The family probably did not know that a window in their attic was broken. However, even if they knew, they would not care because the window was very small. Even a 7- or 8-year-old child would not be able to climb in easily. There was no need to worry about thieves entering the attic. Coming out from the slanted window, Zheng Tan looked around. Because it had just rained, the surroundings were wet. Looking at the water stains on the soles of his feet, Zheng Tan found a place to go down from the roof and went to the kitchen. Initially, Zheng Tan saw that there was an opening on the door for pets and wanted to use it to enter. However, after trying it out, it was locked. It was probably because the white bear was too big. It could be used when it was young, but now it had no use. Therefore, the owner had directly locked the door. Since he could not enter through the door, Zheng Tan could only climb through the window. Fortunately, there was a window above that was not closed. Zheng Tan climbed through that window. Before he climbed through the window, Zheng Tan purposely stepped on the doormat at the back door a few times to dry the water stains on his feet. He did not want to leave cat paw prints in the kitchen. There was a large refrigerator in the kitchen. Zheng Tan opened the refrigerator and looked inside. There was not much food. Looking at the family's condition, even if they did not finish their dinner, they would probably directly throw it away. However, the good thing was that there were some pre-made meatballs bought from the supermarket. Zheng Tan ate a few, but they were not cooked. He could only make do with them. Most of the other food was for children. There were some biscuits, fruit cakes, and so on. Zheng Tan ate some of them. Zheng Tan took out some of the snacks that came with individual small packaging. He would take them to the attic later. After eating some food, Zheng Tan felt much better. Although they were all cold, it was much better than starving. Gently closing the refrigerator door, Zheng Tan carried some snacks and quietly left. He was getting more and more proficient at walking with 2 legs. It was a little troublesome to climb through the window. It was not easy to climb with 2 legs, so Zheng Tan carried the snacks out bag by bag. Before leaving the kitchen, Zheng Tan looked at the gap under the closed kitchen door. Through the gap, he could see some white dog hair. The big white bear was lying on the other side of the door. Zheng Tan believed that it should have discovered him, but it did not make a sound. What a good dog. It could bare its teeth at the people who beat the dog, and it would cover for him. It was quite smart. After looking for food, he moved the bags of snacks to the attic. Zheng Tan lay on the musty pillow again. He never thought that he would steal food at night like a mouse. He had fallen to this point. At night he slept well. He did not know if it was because of the drugs, but Zheng Tan had been sleepy recently. Sometimes he slept very deeply. Even if someone was next to him, he probably could not hear it. The next day, Zheng Tan heard several news. For Zheng Tan, the news was not bad. First, he heard that there was a murder on the street that sold cat and dog meat. The victim was Uncle Rod, the famous person on the street. The cause of death was a rabies attack. It was strange that this experienced person did not get vaccinated, or rather, he did not get vaccinated in time. Theoretically speaking, he should have known better than others how to protect himself, but in the end, he did not escape death. Zheng Tan listened to the discussions of the people around him and came up with many possibilities. Maybe there was a problem with the vaccine, or maybe the veteran had been careless. Or maybe he had been infected for a long time but had not been vaccinated. Or maybe he had eaten dog meat. After all, the hygiene of the street was not very good. They had cut corners when cooking, and the rabies virus was not completely eradicated. These were all possibilities. In any case, there were many different opinions, but the truth was that the famous Uncle Rod had died of rabies. Other than this famous Uncle Rod, there was another unlucky person, and that was the young man who had captured Zheng Tan. It was said that when Uncle Rod was sick, the young man had gone to find him. In the end, Uncle Rod, who was not in his right mind, had hit him with a bottle of alcohol. He was still lying in the hospital. Hearing these two pieces of news, Zheng Tan was very happy. Even though he did not know Uncle Rod well, from the discussions around him, the old man had killed countless dogs. He had even taught a group of people to kill dogs and trap cats. He had even poached, so he deserved to die. Furthermore, because of Uncle Rod, everyone on the street was in danger. Even those who did not kill the dogs in their own restaurants went to the hospital to get vaccinated. After all, many animals could carry rabies. As for the young man, Zheng Tan thought to himself, even if you can walk out of the hospital alive, don't let me see you, or I'll kill you. Zheng Tan would remember this grudge. Other than these two pieces of news, Zheng Tan also heard that the family was going out for a vacation that weekend. There would be no one at home, and it would be easier for Zheng Tan to do what he wanted. Zheng Tan wanted to use the family's phone to inform the Jiaopa. Even if he could not say what he wanted to say, at least he could let them know that he was still alive. Zheng Tan had thought it through. He would call the Jiao family, and then the Jiaopa would call the family, and then they would come to pick him up. After all, the family would be back on Sunday night, and he would not have to wait for too long. It was better than being homeless. 2 days later, on Friday afternoon, the family had packed their things. When the children came back from school, they drove an off-road vehicle and left with the family and the dog. After they left, Zheng Tan could not wait to jump into the house through the window to look for the phone. There was a landline next to the sofa in the living room. Zheng Tan jumped on it, bent his arm, and picked up the receiver. Then he raised his paw and pressed the numbers one by one. Zheng Tan remembered the Jiao family's phone number. In Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo's rooms, there were 3 numbers: the family's landline, the Jiao Paws, and the Jiao Ma's. Therefore, Zheng Tan knew these 3 numbers by heart. But until now, Zheng Tan had only called the Jiao Ma when the Jiao Pa was sick. Zheng Tan was a little nervous when she pressed the button, but after she pressed the number, the voice on the other end of the line said, "The number you have dialed is not in service." Zheng Tan was stunned. He dialed again and the result was the same. Had the Jiao family's landline changed? Zheng Tan dialed the Jiao Pa's number again, and the call did not go through. He tried the Jiao Ma's number again, and it still did not go through. *CK. Was there a problem with this phone? It could not make long-distance calls? That was not right. Yesterday, he heard the family's owner calling someone overseas. How could it be a long-distance call? Zheng Tan did not give up and tried again. The result was the same. Zheng Tan was so angry that he wanted to throw the phone away. Unfortunately, he could not remember the phone numbers of other people in Chuhua City. Zheng Tan squatted on the sofa and scratched his head. If he had known this would happen, he would have memorized more numbers and tried them one by one. Celestine's, Xian's dormitories, Zhao Li's, Little Zhua's, Huang's, Depang's, Old Man Lan's, Chu Xiangyang's. Zheng Tan could not remember any of these people's numbers. That time, Celestine had said that he had changed his phone number. Unfortunately, Zheng Tan had forgotten about it when he turned around. *CK. He regretted it. The sound of cloth tearing rang out. Zheng Tan came back to his senses and looked at the sofa under him. He had accidentally scratched the fabric sofa. He hoped that the family's owner would not link it to the cat. Zheng Tan pulled his ears and jumped down from the sofa. He looked for something to eat in the kitchen and even found a can of milk to drink. Even though he was full, Zheng Tan still felt a chill in his heart. Night fell. The large mansion was quiet. Zheng Tan did not like this kind of quiet. He wagged his tail and slapped the ground repeatedly. The cars of the surrounding residents drove past. The light changed, and the shadow of the window frame moved on the wall of the living room. Beep beep. When the family returned home, they honked twice. Vaguely, he could hear their laughter outside the house. Stop arguing. Zheng Tan sat up irritably and jumped out the window. Under the cover of the night, Zheng Tan could avoid being captured. The incident with Uncle Guan had made the people on that street behave themselves. Furthermore, this place was no longer within the area of that street, so no one was out there catching cats. Zheng Tan strolled aimlessly. He came to the edge of the neighborhood and squeezed through the gap in the fence. He did not walk far. When he passed by a fast food restaurant, Zheng Tan's attention was attracted by the conversation of 2 people. Okay, I have something to do. I'll find you when I come back from South Town, The man in the leather vest said to the other person. Be careful when you drive at night. When you reach South Town, give me a call. Got it. The man in the vest waved his hand and said goodbye to the other person. Then he swung the key and walked toward the parking lot. He got into a pickup truck. South Town? Zheng Tan hurriedly ran up and jumped into the truck's cargo compartment. Other than the suitcase and a few bags that the man in the vest had tossed in, there was nothing else in the truck. There was still a lot of space inside. Zheng Tan stood up and leaned against the side of the truck to look outside. Then he found a place to close his eyes and rest. Chapter 60. Speaking of Nanxing, people would always think of its legendary speed of development. This international metropolis had always attracted countless people with dreams to come here. This year, the opening of the subway, the opening of small and medium-sized enterprises, the rise of civil power, and so on were all driving the development of Nanxing. On the streets, people in suits and carrying briefcases came and went in a hurry. The fashionable young people also became more and more flamboyant. Zheng Tan, sitting in the pickup truck, looked up at the tall buildings outside. The retrograde landmark buildings opened doors in Zheng Tan's memory. Suddenly seeing these, Zheng Tan felt like he didn't know what year it was. The sun was a little dazzling, but the temperature was very warm. If he was in a more peaceful environment, Zheng Tan wouldn't mind sleeping. Unfortunately, this was not the case. Zheng Tan was very familiar with this city. In addition to the fun spots that he used to frequent, he had also driven to some other places. When he was bored, he liked to take a girl out for a walk, so he could remember many places. However, after all, there was a time difference. This city was changing every year. Compared to a few years later, it was still young, but it didn't lose its vitality. The bus stops and street signs were constantly telling Zheng Tan the direction and route of the car. The pickup truck drove towards the city center, and Zheng Tan was happy to do so. However, his happiness didn't last long. The pickup truck drove into a residential area. This residential area wasn't very high-end in Nanxing, and it wasn't very big. After the pickup truck stopped, Zheng Tan immediately jumped down from it without being noticed by the driver. After jumping out of the car, Zheng Tan first found a place to hide. He didn't know what Nanxing's attitude towards stray cats was at this time. If stray cats were seen on the streets, would they be taken away? If they were really caught, Zheng Tan wasn't sure if he could escape successfully every time. It was close to noon, and the temperature was about 20 degrees. Compared to Chuhua City, it was slightly warmer. Zheng Tan hid in a corner and moved his nose. He smelled a stench on his body, and his body was a little itchy. He didn't know if it was because he was in the same cage with other cats. With so many cats in the same room, the possibility of getting fleas was very high. What a troublesome matter. Zheng Tan hadn't taken a shower since he was caught. His body was covered in dust, and there were probably some bloodstains on it as well. When the dog cage was opened, there were a lot of dried or half-dried bloodstains around the shelf. Zheng Tan inevitably got some of it, and it still smelled. However, the good thing was that the color of his fur made these stains not obvious, and he didn't look too miserable. If it was white fur, it would be difficult to clean it. Without shower gel, it would be difficult to clean it. Therefore, Zheng Tan was very glad that his fur was all black. Zheng Tan never licked his own fur. Now, when there was no one to help him with the hot water to comb his fur, he had to find a way to do it himself. In order to not look like a stray cat, she had to keep her body clean and her fur smooth. Zheng Tan looked around the neighborhood and finally chose the man-made pool. There were some koi and other small fish in it. The pool must have been cleaned often. The water was clean, and the rockery was tidied up well. Taking advantage of the fact that there weren't many people loitering outside at noon, Zheng Tan jumped into the pool and swam around. He rubbed against the rockery to wash off the sticky dirt on his body and smooth the knotted fur on his body. After rubbing for a while, Zheng Tan played with the fish for a while, chasing them around. However, Zheng Tan had no interest in raw fish, so he didn't eat them. After feeling that it was enough, Zheng Tan came out of the pool and shook his fur to get rid of the water on his body. Sometimes, Zheng Tan wondered why cats would lick themselves when there was water on their bodies, but dogs would shake their fur vigorously or rub themselves on the ground when there was water on their bodies. Especially dogs with long fur. Sahara of the East Courtyard was one of them. He would rub himself everywhere after bathing, so his owner had to tie him up every time he bathed. Zheng Tan's fur wasn't long, so he couldn't shake off much water. When the wind blew, he felt a little cold. He couldn't get sick now. If he got sick, he would probably be thrown away like the plague or disposed of in some other way. Looking around, Zheng Tan saw a first-floor resident drying a towel outside on the balcony. He ran over and grabbed one with his claws. He wiped his fur. Zheng Tan was already familiar with this kind of thing. Without shower gel, the water in the pool wasn't very clean, but it was passable. It was better than not washing at all. After washing, Zheng Tan felt a lot more refreshed. In order to let his fur dry faster, Zheng Tan jumped onto a tree and found a place with sunlight to dry his fur. The neighborhood was quiet. Occasionally, he could hear some dogs barking. The greenery was good, but it wasn't as comfortable as the East Courtyard of Tsinghua University. Zheng Tan had now formed a habit of comparing it to the East Courtyard. After yawning, Zheng Tan changed his position. The fur on his back was almost dry, but the fur on his stomach was still dry. He lay on his side and changed the angle to continue drying his fur. He really missed the children's hair dryer in the Jiao family. Zheng Tan closed his eyes and rested. He had to be alert at all times. Otherwise, he would be tricked. With the experience of being caught, Zheng Tan didn't dare to be careless at any time, let alone in this unfamiliar environment. Occasionally, there would be people walking around. As long as they weren't walking in his direction, Zheng Tan wouldn't get up and run away. He tried to save as much energy as possible. After all, it wasn't the day where he could go home and open the fridge whenever he wanted to eat. Small footsteps sounded. In other words, it was the sound of walking through the grass. Zheng Tan's ears twitched. It didn't sound like a human's, nor was it a dog's. Zheng Tan knew the sound of a dog's paws walking on the ground. So, it was the same kind. Zheng Tan opened his eyes and looked over. A white Persian cat was walking towards him with elegant steps. Many people said that Persian cats were born spoiled and gave people a feeling of magnificence and nobility. It was like a noble, not something a stray cat could compare to. Zheng Tan didn't care if it was a noble or not. At the moment, he was staring at the cat tag on the Persian cat's neck. The tip of his tail moved. It seemed that there was a good way, even if the fur on the cat's body was cleaner, there was no guarantee. It wasn't the most direct way for people in big cities to distinguish stray cats from pet cats. The cat tag was like a person's ID card. It played an important role in such a big city. Sometimes, it could change the attitude of passers-by. With a cat tag, it proved that the owner valued the cat more. It also told people that the cat had a backer. To get rid of the impression that it was a stray cat, Zheng Tan had to start with the cat tag. After all, he didn't look like a famous cat. As long as he went out and rolled a few times and got dust on him, people would probably think that he was a stray cat. The Persian cat didn't know what Zheng Tan was thinking, and it didn't notice Zheng Tan's existence. It certainly didn't know that someone was thinking about its cat tag. It still walked with elegant steps towards a few big trees. It walked over and rubbed against the tree trunks, sharpened its claws, and peed to mark its territory. No matter how elegant a cat was, it couldn't get rid of some of its natural instincts. Zheng Tan was no longer lying down. He quietly moved over from the branch and waited there. The elegant Persian cat was still intoxicated in its own world. After it finished marking its territory, it was probably ready to go to the pond next to it to watch the fish. When it raised its tail and passed by the tree Zheng Tan was in, Zheng Tan saw it and rushed over. When they were in the east side courtyard, Zheng Tan had seen Huang play and fight with the sheriff. He knew that cats generally used those few skills the most. They would either scratch and slap like a spinning top, or hug and bite and kick with their legs. So, in order to avoid those situations, Zheng Tan rushed over and rode on its back. He didn't let the Persian cat turn over at all. The Persian cat struggled hard and made an angry meow, but it couldn't compare to Zheng Tan's strength. Zheng Tan pressed it to the ground and freed his paws to untie the cat collar on its neck. The cat collar was still leather, like a buckle on a belt, and not the elastic one Zheng Tan used to wear. The cat tag was also the color of local tycoon gold, and the metal engraved. It was not easy to control his strength to hold down a cat and ensure that it did not suffer any internal injuries or fractures. Furthermore, the cat's fur was thick and long, making it easy for his arm to slip. It took Xianxia quite a bit of effort to hold it down. Sure enough, it was easier to hold it down with a human hand. The cat's paws weren't as flexible as a human's. When he untied the cat collar, he was almost scratched by the cat several times. The cat looked very gentle, but when it was pressed down, it was really irritable. Meow. The Persian cat that was pressed on the ground growled, as if it wanted to immediately scratch Xianxia. It was full of anger. Meow my ass. I'm just borrowing the cat tag. Just hand over the cat tag obediently. With such a noble appearance, even if it didn't use the cat tag, no one would think it was a stray cat. Besides, if it lost the cat tag, its owner would definitely give it another one. In order to ensure his own safety, Xianxia had no choice but to rob this brother of his. Hey, what are those two cats doing? Are they fighting? A little girl's voice came from not far away. Xianxia looked over. There were two children, not even as old as Jiao Yuan. The little girl who spoke just now was about the same age as little Pomelo. There was a pool between them and Xianxia, so Xianxia wasn't worried that they would immediately run over. There was a 10-year-old boy next to the little girl. After seeing Xianxia's situation, he immediately covered the little girl's eyes. Oh, it's broad daylight. Xianxia was speechless. Shame your ass. What was this little brat thinking? Seeing the two children run away, Xianxia continued to struggle with the cat collar. With great difficulty, he finally untied the cat collar from the Persian cat's neck. Xianxia held the cat collar in his mouth and retreated. However, after the Persian cat got up, it didn't attack Xianxia. It arched its back and looked at Xianxia vigilantly. Then it ran away, probably to find comfort at home. Holding the cat collar in his mouth, Xianxia climbed up the tree. He adjusted the collar so that he could take it off at any time. It looked a little loose. The shiny gold cat tag was too eye-catching against the black fur, but it was better than nothing. He bent his claws to take a look at the cat tag. The name of the Persian cat was engraved on it. Katie? This name was so F***ing high-end. The problem was, wasn't it awkward to give a male cat such a name? Xianxia still felt that Caesar was more domineering. Forget it, I'll just make do with it. After adjusting the cat collar, Xianxia didn't immediately put it back on. Instead, he hid it and walked around the neighborhood. He found a house and climbed into it to get something to eat. Chapter 61. Coming out of the neighborhood, Xianxia was ready to hitch a ride. When he decided to come to this city, Xianxia already had a plan. Xianxia rarely took the bus before. When he was too young to drive, he would take a taxi when he went out. He didn't want to squeeze with other people on the bus. Because of this, he left an impression on many people that he was a rich young master. Of course, behind the rich young master was a sucker. Walking along the sidewalk, Xianxia came to a stop sign. A few young girls who were waiting for the bus saw Xianxia and squatted down to tease him. The people around them just smiled and didn't say much. This was the advantage of wearing a cat tag. In many people's eyes, wearing a cat tag meant that the cat in front of them had been vaccinated and was well taken care of. It wasn't a stray cat that might carry germs, so even if they didn't like cats very much, they wouldn't dislike them too much. If it was a cat that didn't wear a cat tag and looked very ordinary, even if the cat acted very close to people, they would still be very repulsed. Xianxia didn't immediately walk away when he saw the young girls. He cooperated with them and rubbed against them. He was happy to be touched by the girls. If they took out some trinkets from their keychains, Xianxia pretended to be very interested and raised his paw to touch them a few times to earn their favor. While pretending to cooperate, Xianxia also paid attention to the bus routes and stops on the stop sign. He wasn't familiar with many of the stops, but he knew the names of some of the landmark buildings and places. He couldn't move around in the daytime, so he could only wait until night to hitch a ride. After figuring out the general route, Xianxia found a place to sit and wait for night to come. It was impossible to find a pickup truck every time, and not every pickup truck would take the route Xianxia planned. So Xianxia decided to hitch a ride on the bus. Forget about the double-decker buses, and forget about the trams. To avoid accidents, Zheng Tan chose to hitch a ride on the more common single-decker buses. Finally, the sky turned dark. Zheng Tan's chest tightened as he looked at the crowded buses. Fortunately, he didn't have to squeeze in. When the bus he wanted arrived at the bus stop, Zheng Tan sped up and rushed over without waiting for the door to open. Then he jumped onto the roof of the bus. It was noisy inside the bus, so no one heard the noise from the roof. What happened just now? A passenger sitting by the window saw a black shadow flash by from the corner of his eye. What do you mean what happened? Forget it, I guess my eyes are playing tricks on me. I'll take a nap first. Wake me up when we arrive. The man leaned against the window and began to take a nap. At this moment, Zheng Tan, who had jumped on the roof of the car, was still a little surprised. He thought that he would step on the window or something to assist him when he jumped. He didn't expect that when he accelerated toward the car, he suddenly had a strong feeling of confidence that he could jump directly. After that, he was already on the roof of the car. He moved his legs and didn't feel any discomfort. After the passengers had alighted and boarded the bus, the door closed and the bus started moving. Zheng Tan quickly ran over and hooked onto the protrusion at the skylight of the bus. The roof of the bus was relatively smooth. After the bus started moving, if it made a sharp turn or a sudden stop, Zheng Tan would probably be thrown out. Therefore, he had to firmly hook onto the fixed object to stabilize himself. Probably no one would have thought that there was a cat lying on the roof of this very ordinary bus. Zheng Tan couldn't tell where the bus was going. He could only pay attention to the bus's stop announcement every time it arrived at the bus stop. This bus's route was only part of the route that Zheng Tan wanted. Therefore, after arriving at a certain stop, Zheng Tan had to get off the bus and change to another route to continue his ride. Some buses stopped at 9 o'clock in the evening. Some were open all night. Every time he changed buses, Zheng Tan had to look at the time of the bus he was about to take. It would be best if the bus was open all night. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to wait for another bus. Taking the bus was troublesome, but in order to achieve his goal, Zheng Tan had to repeat this trouble again and again. In this way, Zheng Tan was getting closer and closer to the destination in his heart. When the bus stopped at a stop in the middle, Zheng Tan suddenly heard someone calling him. "Hey, Zheng Tan, wait a minute." It was a child's voice. Zheng Tan couldn't remember who it was. Zheng Tan looked in the direction of the voice. He only saw the back of a few children walking into a taxi. The night light intertwined, so he couldn't see clearly. There was an arcade around this stop. Zheng Tan recalled that he often came here when he was young. When he was in the mood, he would skip class and come here to play for the whole day. Although there were many places that minors were not allowed to enter, that was only on the surface. As long as you threw money, there would naturally be places to play. The taxi went away. The route was in the same direction as Zheng Tan's own plan. However, Zheng Tan couldn't see the appearance of the passengers in the car clearly. He could only vaguely see that there were a few children sitting inside. He was inexplicably nervous. When the bus suddenly moved, Zheng Tan almost lost his grip and slid out. After getting off the bus at the stop, Zheng Tan squatted not far from the bus stop and looked at the bus stop sign showing the various bus routes. This was the last bus. After the bus came, it would be very close after 7 or 8 stops. The name of the last stop was the name of the neighborhood Zheng Tan used to live in. It was easy to recognize. As he was thinking, Zheng Tan suddenly became alert. He dodged sideways. The place where he was squatting just now was hit by a rubber bullet. It bounced up and disappeared. After being caught, Zheng Tan's vigilance increased a lot. He was also more sensitive to the danger around him. That was why he could dodge the rubber bullets so quickly. Zheng Tan had played with rubber bullets before. It was a toy that children liked. Jiao Yuan also had one. Looking sideways, Zheng Tan saw a few young people sitting by the railings. They looked like they had drunk too much. They probably saw a cat on the side of the road and raised their toy guns to shoot at it. They usually liked to play shooting games. They had played rubber bullets, paintballs, field games, and so on. The toy guns in their hands were won from a shooting game at the club. Although they didn't like children's toys, they could use them to pass the time when they were bored. Moreover, even if they had drunk, they were very confident in their shooting skills. They thought they would hear the cat scream, but they didn't expect that the cat could dodge it. Therefore, they got excited. A few of them got up and walked toward Jing Tan. *CK. Jing Tan cursed in his heart. His luck was really *King bad. On the other side, a few young men were holding toy guns. They shouted like madmen as they chased after Jing Tan. Rubber bullets were fired one after another. Jing Tan didn't want to run too far. He wanted to wait for the last bus, but the crazy people behind him kept chasing. As Jing Tan ran, he looked around to see if there was a good place to hide. There was a van at the corner. The door of the luggage compartment at the back was open. Jing Tan rushed in and found a place to hide. The driver of the van had a cigarette in his hand and was talking to the people standing outside the van. He didn't even notice that there was an extra cat in his car. There was no one else in the van except for the driver. There were some goods on the seats, such as color TVs and other household appliances. There was also some stuff in the luggage compartment. In the back, there were daily necessities, such as toothpaste, shower gel, shampoo, and so on. Jing Tan hid behind the goods and looked at the crazy young people running towards him through the gap. "Where did the cat go?" one of the young people said as he fiddled with his hair. There were some shopping malls around. After turning the corner, there were no bushes or flower beds except for the trees on both sides of the road. "Did it climb up a tree?" another young man said as he looked at the surrounding trees. The person who first shot at Jing Tan looked around and walked towards the van. Jing Tan shrank back and lowered his body, trying to hide himself. Just as the young man was getting closer, another person came to the back of the minivan. This person was the one who had spoken to the driver earlier. He raised his hand and pulled the door of the luggage compartment open with all his might. But the door of the van was closed. Jing Tan was speechless. He turned around and saw that the driver had finished smoking and closed the window. Jing Tan's plan to run out through the window was ruined. *CK. Bad luck. Life is full of obstacles. No amount of beauties could calm Jing Tan's heart, which was currently galloping like an alpaca. Jing Tan suddenly wanted to yell, *C, let me out. However, Jing Tan's response was the sound of the van's engine. It was as if there was a pair of invisible hands that forced him away when he was close to the target. He couldn't resist. He was so close to the target twice, but the result was still the same. Was this God's will? Jing Tan didn't know. The driver was playing some nostalgic songs in the van. Jing Tan used to listen to a few of them before. Coupled with Jing Tan's complicated feelings, he had the urge to bang his head against the wall. There were no walls here, so Jing Tan hit the back seat. The music in the van was too loud, so the driver didn't hear the strange sounds behind him. He was still singing along in his narcissistic state. After a while, the driver's phone rang. He turned down the music and answered the call. Jing Tan wanted to say that it was dangerous to talk on the phone while driving, but he used to do this often. Even drunk driving was common. Jing Tan really felt that he was lucky to be able to grow up safely. "I'll call him." "Yes, I know how to call the landline." "Oh, what's the area code in Beijing?" 010. "I got it." The driver happily talked on the phone, but Jing Tan felt like he was stuck in mud and then struck by lightning. Area code? *CK. He didn't add the area code last time. As for the phone, it seemed like he needed to add a 0 when he called a long-distance call from another province. "Jing Tan, you're a pig." He hadn't used a phone for so long that he didn't even remember this basic knowledge. Jing Tan wanted to slap himself a few times. His brain wasn't working at the critical moment. He really didn't expect it to be so severe at that time. The opportunity was so close, and he had suffered so much for nothing. His current situation was even more unpredictable. If the Jiaopa knew about it, he would definitely blame himself for not teaching his cat how to make long-distance calls. Jing Tan lay on a cardboard box, thinking back to when he made the call. His brain wasn't very clear, and he wasn't very rational. It must be the side effect of the drug. Yes, the telecommunications company was also at fault. Even if they couldn't recognize the number from another province, they should have given some hints. No matter what, the opportunity was missed. What should he do now? Jing Tan was annoyed. Should he hit the driver until he fainted? Jing Tan looked at the flashing streetlights outside the car window, estimated the speed of the car, and then looked at the cars coming and going outside. It was quite dangerous, and he could get into an accident if he wasn't careful. Forget it, he would find a chance to call the driver when he reached his home. Since he had found the key, he wasn't afraid that he couldn't solve it. Zheng Tan was still optimistic as she planned her next course of action. However, when the car stopped, Zheng Tan jumped out of the van while the driver was moving the goods, and was stunned by the woods and fields that filled his vision. Chapter 62. When Zheng Tan got out of the car, the sky was already a little bright. Because he was too engrossed in his thoughts, Zheng Tan didn't pay attention to how long the minivan had been running. He didn't even expect that he would be so unlucky. He just happened to sit in this car and the car left the city. He didn't even know if this place was still in Nanjing. However, according to the time, he was afraid that he was already far away from Nanjing. What he saw were patches of woods and fields that stretched to the horizon. The countryside was not poor. The houses of the residents were modern, and only a few places still had the old-fashioned tiled houses. Zheng Tan didn't know where this place was on the map, but seeing that many of the residents' houses were 2- or 3-story bungalows, he knew that the living conditions of these people were good. It was easier to find a phone. If it was a poor place, it would be difficult to find a phone. Zheng Tan wrote down the address of the minivan driver's house. If the driver drove again, he could continue to ride. After that, Zheng Tan was ready to walk around to familiarize himself with the terrain and the unfamiliar environment. To wait for an opportunity, he must spend the waiting days peacefully. He wanted to see which residents were easier to kill and easier to find food. He also wanted to see which villagers had phones at home and whether it was easy to find an opportunity to make a call. Another important thing was to find a safer place for himself. In terms of safety, Zheng Tan preferred the taller branches. Perhaps because the temperature here was slightly higher than in the central region at this time of the year, it was warmer. Many deciduous trees were leafy, which was good for Zheng Tan to hide. Walking around the village, Zheng Tan met a few dogs and a cat that was playing with bugs outside. They were all kept in captivity. Seeing them wandering around leisurely, Zheng Tan felt more at ease. The fact that these cats and dogs were wandering around meant that no one was trying to trick the dogs and cats. Zheng Tan found a large locust tree with lush foliage as a temporary foothold when the weather was clear. She jumped up and tried it out. Overall, she was quite satisfied. She chose a branch to lie down on and looked around. From here, he could see the situation in the village. At the same time, he was not very close to the village, so he would not be harassed by the villagers. There was a citrus grove near the locust tree, and there were 2 dogs tied up in it. Zheng Tan had just seen a cat enter the citrus garden and walk past the 2 dogs. The 2 dogs only glanced at it and then did not respond. They were probably familiar with each other and did not bother to bark. A black butterfly flew past the big locust tree and into the citrus garden, dancing among the citrus trees. Zheng Tan remembered that this seemed to be a type of butterfly. He had seen something similar in Old Man Land's small garden before. In the end, the butterfly that flew into the small garden was made into a specimen by Old Man Lan. At that time, there were still a few students present. Zheng Tan overheard their discussion, saying that in some places, this phoenix butterfly was the legendary Liangzhu butterfly. The butterfly was also very particular. To be able to become a butterfly, this butterfly had to be type 2. The so-called type 2 meant that there were inherent and obvious differences between female and male individuals, allowing people to determine the butterfly's gender through these differences. Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai were a man and a woman. Connecting it to the legend, people felt that there should be differences when they turned into butterflies. On the other hand, for example, the Damo butterfly, because the male and female phoenix butterflies were similar in color, it was not easy to distinguish them. Therefore, they were not advocated as Liangzhu butterflies. Zheng Tan looked at the pattern on the wings of this phoenix butterfly. It looked like a female butterfly, which was Zhu Yingtai. Zheng Tan was admiring Zhu Yingtai. Suddenly, the cat that walked into the citrus garden jumped up from behind a citrus tree and slapped the butterfly down with its paw. It slapped it a few times and played with it with its paw. That ate it. Zheng Tan. He did not know how the people who told the legend would feel when they saw this scene. After Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai turned into butterflies, they were eaten by a cat? The people who heard this cruel version of the story would probably have constipated expressions. Yawning, Jing Tan closed his eyes and began to sleep. He had no choice. If he wanted to take action, he had to wait until night. Jing Tan had a dream when he was sleeping. He dreamed of the days when he was in the Jiao family during the New Year. He remembered that day when Jing Tan and the two children sat on the sofa and watched TV. The show was playing The Dog is Talking. At that time, the Jiao Yuan said, "Black charcoal, you must remember the way home. If you get lost and we can't find you, can you come back by yourself?" Jing Tan had been conflicted about whether he should stay in Nanxing or find a way to go back to Chuhua City. However, in the end he decided to go back to Chuhua City. After all, the lives of cats and humans were different. It was really not easy to find a good family. Moreover, Jing Tan had already begun to miss the courtyard in the eastern district. When night fell, Jing Tan jumped down from the locust tree and walked towards the villager's house. The people in this place ate early and went to bed early, so Jing Tan did not have to wait too long. He first found a few houses and found some food to eat. It was not very delicious, so he could only make do with it. After eating, he went to find a phone. It was a bit difficult to find a phone. The people in this place also liked to put the phone in the bedroom and at the head of the bed. In other words, the phone was always guarded at night. Jing Tan went to a few houses, but the situation was the same. Even if the villagers were asleep at night, Jing Tan did not dare to call them immediately. The phone was at the head of their bed, and it could easily wake them up. Jing Tan did not want to be treated as a monster, so he could only continue to search and see if there were any residents who were easy to target. Jing Tan would not choose those who had dogs at home. These dogs did not recognize Jing Tan and would bark when they saw him. Jing Tan could not do anything about this, but most of the villagers had dogs at home, so Jing Tan's choices were much narrower. Fortunately, Jing Tan finally found a good household, and what was more coincidental was that this household was the family of the driver of the minivan. Hiding in the dark, Jing Tan eavesdropped on the villagers' conversation. It turned out that the younger brother of the minivan driver was preparing to get married. A few days ago, he had gone to the southern part of the city for some business, so he bought some related necessities and appliances. The wedding date was the day after tomorrow. This family had a big yard. Because they had an open-air banquet, but the kitchen was not big enough, so they had a meal in the yard. Now the people in his family were basically busy in the yard, and they continued to work when it was dark at night. In this way, there was no one in the room. What was better was that this family did not have a dog, which made Jing Tan very satisfied. The first floor was where the elderly lived. The phone was not here, and there was nothing in the hall. Jing Tan did not look much. There was a simple shed next to the two-story house for cars. Jing Tan climbed into the second floor from this simple shed. There was a phone in the bedroom on the second floor. Like other residents, the landline phone was also placed on the bedside table. Jing Tan observed that there were indeed no adults on the second floor at this time. They all went to the yard to help. In the small room next door, there was a little girl who looked like she was in kindergarten. She was reading on the floor covered with foam boards. As long as there were no adults, it was fine. Even if a child who did not even know how to count saw him, Jing Tan did not care. Adults did not take the words of children seriously. Jing Tan jumped in through the window and ran excitedly to the phone. He jumped onto the bedside table, picked up the receiver, and dialed the number by heart. Of course, this time, he did not forget to add 0 in front of the phone number. As for the landline number, Jing Tan did not remember what the area code of Chuhua City was, so he dialed the number of Jiao Pa. At this time, the Jiao family should be at home, right? Associate Professor Jiao should be at home too. Jing Tan waited excitedly after dialing the number. However, when he heard the notification sound from the phone, Jing Tan's mood suddenly became gloomy. *CK. This phone did not have a long-distance lock. He had to find the key to unlock it. Where could he find the key? Jing Tan rummaged through the drawer, but did not find the small key to unlock the phone's long-distance lock. He was puzzled. Was there a need to lock the phone's long-distance lock? Shouldn't long-distance calls be frequently used in this kind of place? Dejected, Jing Tan put the phone back. He squatted there and thought for a while. Would the villagers' phones all be locked? Why did he have to try them one by one? But it would be best if he could steal the driver's phone, or someone else's phone. At least a phone would not be as troublesome as a landline. Looking around the bedroom, there were a lot of candies and snacks on the table because there was a wedding. It was probably used to entertain guests. Zheng Tan took out a bag of beef jerky and squid shredded into a big bag. After taking them out, he zipped up the bag and jumped onto the window. He carried the 2 bags of snacks and prepared to leave. When Zheng Tan stood by the window, he was holding the snacks in his hands. His legs were on the windowsill, and he was ready to jump down. Before jumping, Zheng Tan felt someone looking at him. He turned his head to look. The little girl who was reading the picture book next door was hiding outside the bedroom door. She did not shout, but her eyes were filled with curiosity. Zheng Tan paused, then ignored her and jumped off the windowsill. It was not convenient to jump with 2 legs, but it was okay to jump a few times while looking for the phone. Zheng Tan was willing to empty his hands to carry things. Anyway, at this time, no one saw him except for the little girl. What was there to be afraid of? Besides, he would not stay in this place forever. If he was discovered, he could just run away. Zheng Tan left in a carefree manner, but it had a big impact on the child. In the evening, the child's mother came over with a picture book to teach the little girl how to count, from 1 to 10. In order to match the memory, her mother also taught her some things in the real world. How many legs does the little bird use to walk? Her mother asked. 2. The little girl stretched out 2 fingers. How many legs does the big yellow dog use to walk? 4. The little girl counted the legs of the big yellow dog in the picture book and said, "Is so smart. How many legs does the little cat use to walk?" Her mother asked with a smile. The little girl thought about the cat she saw today and counted with her fingers. Then she stretched out 2 fingers and said, 2. Her mother was speechless. Zheng Tan did not know the impact he had caused. At this moment, he was holding 2 bags of snacks and walking towards the big locust tree. At this time, there was no one in the field. There were only a few dogs guarding the orchard. No one would see a cat that walked very naturally with 2 legs. As Zheng Tan walked, he thought about how to borrow the phone. Suddenly, he heard a faint humming sound. Zheng Tan perked up her ears and tried to distinguish the sound. She felt that it was similar to the sound of a dog. Putting down the snacks in his hands, Zheng Tan walked in the direction of the sound. If there was any danger, her legs would be faster to run. Chapter 63. Puppy? And it was locked in a dog cage. This kind of dog cage was not like the ones Zheng Tan had seen in dog and cat meat restaurants. The cage in front of him was obviously more high-end and looked like it was for pet dogs. Zheng Tan remembered that when he ran from the big locust tree to the villager's house, he didn't hear anything. This should have happened when he was looking for the phone. However, when he was looking for the phone, he avoided some residents who had dogs, so he didn't know who the owner of the cage and the dog belonged to. He moved his ears, but there was no sound of other people around, and there was no smell of strangers. Zheng Tan went to the cage and looked. Because the puppy was too small, Zheng Tan couldn't tell what breed it was. He didn't know much about it. The door of the cage was not locked, but there was a small catch. The puppy didn't know how to open it, so he didn't know how long it had been trapped inside. The temperature at night in the mountains was relatively low. Although it was not as cold as late autumn and winter, it was still not something that a puppy of this size could withstand. Dogs, like cats, had a slightly higher body temperature than humans. The surrounding temperature was about 10 degrees. He didn't know if the puppy could withstand such a difference in temperature. Noticing that Zheng Tan was standing outside the cage, the barking puppy came to Zheng Tan and looked at Zheng Tan through the cage. Seeing that Zheng Tan didn't move, it continued to hum and bite the cage with its small teeth that hadn't grown much. Zheng Tan opened the cage door with his paw. The puppy paused, tested the door, and then ran out. Although it was still a puppy, this kind of dog should be relatively large. Compared to the current Zheng Tan, the size of these 3 puppies was not much smaller than him. Ignoring the puppy that ran out, Zheng Tan looked at the other 2 in the cage that didn't move. He raised his paw and touched them. They were still soft. He thought that the 2 puppies were dead. He didn't expect them to kick their legs and open their mouths twice. Did they sleep too soundly? Zheng Tan looked around. The pit was too big to block the wind. The wind was relatively strong at night. If 2 or 3 of them were left here, they probably wouldn't survive for long. But Zheng Tan didn't want to get into trouble. He had a hard life, so how could he take care of these 3 puppies? It was more practical to steal a phone as soon as possible and figure out a way to go back to the east courtyard. However, when Zheng Tan turned around and walked 2 steps, the puppy that ran out of the cage immediately came over and rubbed against Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan pushed it aside. It ran back happily, probably thinking that Zheng Tan was playing with it. Zheng Tan simply threw it directly into the cage and closed the cage door. He didn't care and it began to hum. He turned around again. But after walking for about 10 meters, he slowed down again. Zheng Tan looked back at the dog that was squatting by the cage and looking straight at him. The night sky was dotted with stars. With the starlight, Zheng Tan could see that the dog's body was basically white. There was a large patch of black where one of its eyes was, as if it was wearing an eye patch. This reminded Zheng Tan of Niu Zhuangzhuang in the courtyard. But the two looked different. Niu Zhuangzhuang's big head was too special. This paparazzi's body proportions were not like that. It also didn't look like the common dogs in the village. It was probably a skewer. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been abandoned by its owner. When Zheng Tan used to walk in the courtyard, he often heard the conversations of dog owners. He knew the attitude of many dog owners. If their dog's puppy didn't satisfy them, they would directly throw it away. Sahara's owner said, "A wolf travels 1,000 miles to eat meat, a dog travels 1,000 miles to eat shit." Knowing that it eats shit, but still raising it, not caring about its pedigree or breed, taking care of it every day, tolerating it digging holes in the house, burying bones, biting tables and chairs, spitting saliva, and rebelling. That must be true love. Even if it was a mutt, there were people who loved it. It was a dog breed that had undergone thousands or even tens of thousands of years of natural and artificial selection. There was no lack of individuals who understood human nature, had good perception, were loyal and obedient, and had strong hunting abilities. As for skewer dogs, many famous breeds were also skewered. So, the family that threw the dog away definitely didn't love it. When Zheng Tan came back to his senses, he had already walked to the cage again. The puppy inside was humming even harder and making whining sounds. He's so annoying. Zheng Tan thought that since he had nothing to do now, he could just find a place to throw it away. He remembered that there were some short shrubs next to the big locust tree. It should be able to block the wind, and no one often went there. Lifting the cage, Zheng Tan walked to the big locust tree. As for the 2 bags of snacks, he would pick them up later. Anyway, no one would pick them up at this time. As there were fewer villagers near the short shrubs, the vegetation was denser, and it was good for blocking the wind. After putting down the cage and adjusting its position, Zheng Tan broke some branches and put them on top of the cage as a cover. He pulled some vines around the cage so that it wouldn't be too easy to find out, right? After setting up, Zheng Tan went back to pick up the 2 bags of snacks. However, when he was picking up the snacks, he suddenly thought, would the puppy starve to death after being hungry for a night? It shouldn't, right? It was just one night. Although he thought so, Zheng Tan felt that if the puppy really starved to death, his efforts would be in vain. So, he threw down the 2 bags of snacks and ran to the villagers. The bread driver's family had already fallen asleep. Some big pots and steamers were set up in the yard. Zheng Tan looked around and found some porridge in one of the steamers. It was still warm. It hadn't been there for too long, so it was probably left there before the family finished eating. Looking around, Zheng Tan found the disposable bowl used by the host for guests and filled it with some porridge. There were some boiled eggs in the other big pot. Zheng Tan found a bag for vegetables and put a few in. When the porridge was brought to the big locust tree, it was no longer hot. Zheng Tan couldn't find anything to heat it up. Anyway, he brought the porridge over with a tentative attitude. He also put an egg in it. Zheng Tan ate the egg white himself and put the egg yolk inside to mix with the porridge. If it was the Zheng Tan of the past, he would definitely not do this. As for his current behavior, for the time being, he attributed it to the derivative emotions of wandering outside. Looking at the porridge in the bowl that had been stirred into a paste, Zheng Tan felt that he really had no appetite. He didn't know if the puppy could eat this. If the puppy didn't eat it, he didn't care. He opened the cage, put the bowl in the corner of the cage, closed the cage, picked up the 2 bags of snacks, and climbed up the tree to rest. In the middle of the night, Zheng Tan heard the sound of eating in the cage. It should be the puppy eating, and it seemed that there was more than one puppy. When it was almost dawn, Zheng Tan jumped down the tree to check. There was no porridge in the bowl. Zheng Tan thought that the 2 puppies would not survive. Now that their stomachs were bulging and their breathing was strong, he guessed that they had gotten up in the middle of the night to eat. It was good to have a strong vitality. The next day, Zheng Tan continued to go out to find out what the villagers were doing at what time. If the villagers were busy in the fields or orchards, Zheng Tan would try to steal the phone even during the day. However, he didn't find anything that day. In the end, he ran to the driver's house to look for food. He jumped to the 2nd floor and took a bag of thumb pancakes that children ate. Before leaving, Zheng Tan saw the little girl again. Just like before, the little girl hid behind the door and looked in Zheng Tan's direction. She looked very serious and even cracked her fingers, as if she was confirming something. Zheng Tan didn't know what she was doing. At this time, he also heard footsteps. The busy driver and his wife finally came upstairs. Zheng Tan quickly jumped off the windowsill with the biscuits and ran away. After taking a shower, the little girl's mother took out a picture book to teach her. The little girl answered the first few questions very well, and the driver and his wife were very satisfied. However, in the end, her mother thought about it and asked, "How many legs does the kitten use to walk?" The little girl's answer was not so simple. The little girl, who was about to say, 2, changed her words when she saw her mother's face suddenly change color. However, she felt very wronged, so she cried out. This question was really too difficult. Did it have 2 legs or 4 legs? Zheng Tan didn't know the trouble he brought. He searched for 2 days in a row and didn't find a suitable opportunity. The villagers, even if they had mobile phones, carried them close to their bodies and hid them well for fear that someone would take them away. Also, in this era, mobile phones were still very valuable items, not as common as a few years later. However, in this way, Zheng Tan suffered. The 3 puppies were now much more energetic. Zheng Tan would let them out to play for a while during the day. The 3 puppies didn't run around and just played around. Zheng Tan looked at them from a tree not far from the cage. In fact, it would be much better if they could be kept in the cage, but these 3 puppies still had to pee or poop. It was too troublesome to put them in the cage. Zheng Tan didn't want to clean them a second time. He directly released the 3 puppies and threw them into the cage after they pooped. During the day, he looked after the 3 puppies. At night, he looked for opportunities to steal mobile phones and find some food to feed the puppies. This continued for a week. On this day, the 3 puppies were playing outside. The cat that ate butterflies ran over, and the 3 puppies jumped and chased after it. Zheng Tan didn't stop it. According to the situation this week, the 3 puppies would come back if they couldn't catch up and wouldn't run far. But Zheng Tan didn't expect that the cat didn't run away directly, but played with the 3 puppies for a while. It was estimated that the cat usually spent a lot of time with dogs and didn't reject them. It played very happily and ran over to tease them from time to time, letting the 3 puppies chase and bite it. The puppies were so small that even if they had teeth, they didn't have much strength to bite. Zheng Tan didn't care about them. It was good to get along well, and there was a cat to play with, so Zheng Tan didn't have to worry about them. Just as he was about to take a nap, Zheng Tan heard a voice. Looking out from between the leaves, Zheng Tan saw a man in his 30s, carrying a big bag, walking over here. As he walked, he was holding a mobile phone and talking to someone on the phone. The man's accent on the phone didn't sound like a local, and he looked a little down and out. Chapter 64. Zheng Tan was so focused on his phone that he didn't notice the 3 puppies and the cat running towards him. After the man finished the call, he squatted down and scratched the chin of the cat, then looked at the 3 puppies in surprise. When the puppies saw the stranger, they didn't immediately approach him. They walked forward and quickly took 2 steps back. The biggest one even barked twice proudly. However, because it was still too small, it couldn't run steadily. It tripped and rolled on the ground. "Hey, whose puppy is this? Why did it run here?" The man pulled a piece of grass to tease the puppy, but it was intercepted by the cat next to him. Patting his pants, the man put his phone in his pocket, got up and walked towards the 3 puppies. Seeing the stranger approaching, the 3 puppies barked a few times, then turned around and ran back. They didn't go directly into the cage, but ran to the big locust tree and barked at Zheng Tan, who was hiding in the tree. Zheng Tan wanted to hit his head on the tree trunk. "What's the use of barking at me? My plan was all messed up by you." Originally, Zheng Tan had prepared 2 plans. One was to follow the man and find a chance to make a move. The other was to knock him out with a stick and steal his phone when he wasn't paying attention. Anyway, Zheng Tan had already done this kind of thing before, so he didn't mind doing it a few more times. However, these 2 plans were all ruined by the 3 puppies. Zheng Tan felt that after exposing himself, the success rate of making a move would be much lower, so now he was very unhappy. Looking at the 3 puppies barking under the big locust tree, Zheng Tan wanted to slap them one by one. Damn it! Fang Xiaokong just came out to make a phone call. He didn't expect to see the 3 puppies. However, this place was too far from the village house. Who would put the puppies so far away? Guarding the orchard? How could such small puppies guard the orchard? And as far as Fang Xiaokong knew in the past few days, there were 2 male dogs guarding the orchard. Where did the puppies come from? Which family did you catch him recently? Fang Xiaokong followed him in confusion. This orchard belonged to the family he was staying at. He had never heard the landlord mention that he had caught a new puppy. Seeing the 3 puppies barking at the tree, Fang Xiaokong was even more surprised. He looked up at the big locust tree in front of him. Although it wasn't obvious from afar, once one got closer and took a closer look, one would be able to see black fur between the gaps of the leaves. A dog couldn't have climbed so high, and it couldn't have been a black leopard. If that was the case, how could the 3 puppies survive? So it could only be a cat. But the question was, why were the 3 puppies barking at the cat in the tree? How strange. Zheng Tan knew that he had been discovered, but he didn't intend to jump down. It was safer to hide in the tree. The 3 puppies barked for a long time but did not see any response from Zheng Tan, so they began to whine again. Fang Xiaokong looked around and saw the hidden dog cage. He was even more confused. Although he was confused, Fang Xiaokong still left, and the cat followed him. After the man walked away, Zheng Tan jumped down from the tree. The 3 puppies stopped whining and immediately came over. As a result, they were slapped by Zheng Tan one by one. He didn't use much strength. Such small puppies, if he used more strength, Zheng Tan suspected that they would become stupid. But the 3 puppies thought that Zheng Tan was playing with them, so they grinned and came over again. Zheng Tan was annoyed. He jumped up the tree again, thinking about when he would see a villager with a cell phone who was alone. He would solve the problem by force. In less than half an hour, Zheng Tan saw the man come over again. This time, he was holding a bowl of porridge in his hand. There was meat in the porridge instead of egg yolks. Fang Xiaokong came over with the bowl and put it in front of the 3 puppies. The 3 puppies had already smelled the smell. They quickly ran over and began to eat. Zheng Tan curled his lips. Although he was a little dissatisfied that the 3 puppies believed him so easily and began to eat, it saved him the trouble of stealing food for them at night. The 3 puppies ate very quickly. After a while, the bowl of porridge was empty. They even licked the bowl clean. Hey, there really are dogs. A young man in his 20s came over with a shovel. Seeing the 3 puppies step back, he thought for a moment, put the shovel aside with a smile, and walked over with his bare hands. Finished planting the trees? Fang Xiaokong asked. Finished planting. I wonder what those so-called new varieties of citrus will look like, the young man said as he wiped his sweat and leaned against the tree trunk. These dogs don't look like mongrels. Fang Xiaokong pointed at the 3 puppies who were playing with each other. Yes, it's a strung dog, a mongrel dog. This is probably the son of the village head's son, Du Gao. Yesterday, I heard that they threw the puppy away. I didn't expect to see it here. The young man became excited again when he talked about it. The tiredness from planting the tree just now disappeared. Du Gao? I remember someone said that the village chief's son had 2 Du Gao, 1 male and 1 female. Yes, ha. Everyone in our village knows that the female Du Gao didn't like the male Du Gao. Instead, a mongrel got her. I just don't know whose mongrel it is. It's so capable. When the puppies were just born, They could fool people with the excuse that the puppies were too young and didn't grow up. As they grew up, they became more and more like mongrels and could run around. They couldn't hide it anymore. No one was a fool. Although people didn't say it publicly, they treated it as a joke in private. Their family probably felt embarrassed and threw the puppies away. In the beginning, they were so proud of raising the Dugao. They even bought it at a high price. In the end, it became a joke. The young man laughed happily. "What about these puppies?" Fang Xiaokong asked. The young man came over and picked up the biggest puppy. "Yo, they are quite fierce." If he wasn't prepared, he would have been bitten by the puppy. The puppy that was picked up saw that it couldn't bite people and made a low growl in its throat. "These puppies are not bad, but it's probably not good to keep them in the village. The village chief's family will definitely have opinions. I'll call my friend later and ask. His family has a ranch. A few days ago, they said they wanted to buy dogs. I think these 3 are good. Your friend likes this kind of dog?" It's not that he likes this kind of dog. He likes native dogs the most. He often goes to the mountains to find pure native dogs and brings them back to train. That kind of pure native dog is stronger, has spiritual energy, and is smart enough. After a long time, it's also loyal enough. They are also brave and can hunt. They can also be used as working dogs. The dog he raised before was like that. That dog didn't look like much, but it was really strong. It often caught rabbits and brought them back for dinner. It definitely wouldn't lose to those so-called world-famous hunting dogs. Unfortunately, it was shot during the New Year. The dog forced itself to go home with an anesthetic needle on its back. It died when it came home. He was sad for a long time because of this. It's been a few months and he hasn't raised it again. A few days ago, I heard that he wanted to buy a dog. As the young man spoke, he pinched the puppy's bones in his hand and looked at the dog's paw. Jing Tan looked at this person. He seemed to be very satisfied with the puppies. And listening to their conversation, Jing Tan felt that it was really rare for him to be able to survive the anesthetic gun. The young man continued, "A real hound is not something that can be seen, but is reflected through continuous training. Of course, the innate requirements must also be met. These few are not bad. If he wants them, I will send them to him directly. Anyway, they are an eyesore to the village chief's family." The puppies that were put down shook their fur, then quickly ran to the big pagoda tree. They raised their heads and barked at Jing Tan, probably to express their grievances. "What's wrong with the puppies? Why are they barking at the tree?" the young man asked. "There's a black cat up there." Fang Xiaokong stretched out his finger and pointed up. The young man shook his head. "No one in our village raises a black cat. Some people say that black cats are unlucky, so they don't raise them. Even if they do, they'll send them away or throw them away." "These 3 puppies were probably picked up by the black cat on the tree," Fang Xiaokong said. "Black cats are really weird. They even pick up puppies." The young man didn't care whether the black cat was telling the truth or not. The more he looked at the 3 puppies, the more satisfied he was. "Brother Fang, I'll go back and make a call. Just use my phone." Fang Xiaokong was about to take out his phone from his pocket. No, I'll go first. Brother Fang, help me look after the puppies. Don't let anyone take them." After that, the young man turned around and walked quickly home with a shovel. After the young man left, Fang Xiaokong put down his backpack and took out a camera. He felt that it was too hot, so he took off his jacket and put it on the bushes next to him. He took out his phone from his jacket pocket and put it on top of the bushes. He got up and took the camera to take pictures of the surrounding scenery. Jing Tan looked at the camera in the man's hand under the tree. It was an SLR. These days, SLR should be considered a high-end product. Was he a photographer? She had heard that some photographers like to run around and make themselves look like refugees who had fled from a dire situation. Regardless of whether this person was a photographer or not, Jing Tan's attention was mainly on the phone. What a good opportunity. Should he grab the phone and run? Jing Tan looked at the person taking the photos and started to slide down the tree. Unfortunately, the person quickly turned around and came back. He walked to the backpack and took out a water bottle to drink. He also poured some water into the puppy's bowl. Jing Tan estimated the distance between him and the phone. He wanted to take the phone away when the person wasn't paying attention. However, the person was also paying attention to him. It was not easy to take action. Feng Xiaokong finished drinking the water and put the water bottle back into his bag. He took the phone and looked at the time. While Feng Xiaokong was looking at the time, Zheng Tan's eyes also followed the phone. You want to play with the phone? Here, play with it. Feng Xiaokong put the phone on the ground in front of him. Obviously, Zheng Tan's small movements didn't escape the other person's observation. Zheng Tan looked at the person in front of him and then looked at the phone on the ground. Could it be a trap? He was willing to give the phone to the cat to play with? However, if he could play with an SR, he might not be short of money. Whatever, I'll contact him first. Zheng Tan grabbed the phone with his hand. While grabbing the phone, he also paid attention to the person in front of him. Seeing that he just sat there and didn't have any intention of moving, Zheng Tan put the phone on the ground again. This phone's screen wasn't colored. A few years later, this phone would fall under the category of unwanted phones. However, logically speaking, people who could afford a DSLR should also be able to afford a new phone with a colored screen. Why would they still use this one that was already worn out at the corners? However, Zheng Tan couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. Just this phone was enough to excite Zheng Tan. After going through so much trouble, climbing through the window and looking for a phone, he had originally planned to snatch one by force. Now, the phone was right in front of him. How could he not be excited? However, this phone should be able to make long-distance calls, right? It wouldn't be in arrears, right? Zheng Tan looked at the person sitting there with a curious expression. He raised his paw and began to press the button. Feng Xiaokong saw that the black cat was staring at his phone, so he passed the phone to it with a playful thought. Who knew that the cat really pressed the button, and it was a long-distance phone number? It didn't press it blindly. Interesting. Zheng Tan pressed the phone number excitedly and nervously. He waited with his ears perked up, and his tail slapped the ground to reduce his nervousness. Finally, the phone rang a few times before it was picked up. Hello. It was the Paws voice. After being captured for so long, he finally heard a familiar voice again. He suddenly felt touched as if he had seen a real family member. Zheng Tan gathered all the complicated feelings in his heart into a cry, "Oh!" Chapter 65. Chuhua University, Biology Building. After Associate Professor Jiao finished his class, he went back to his office building. Just as he was about to open his office door, his phone suddenly rang. Associate Professor Jiao quickly took out his phone and looked at the caller ID. It was an unknown number. Hello. Oh wow. Associate Professor Jiao froze for a moment when he heard the cat's ghost-like howl from the other end of the phone. Then, a bright smile appeared on his usually calm face. A few young female teachers walked over and saw Associate Professor Jiao's dazzling smile. They thought that Associate Professor Jiao might not lose to Professor Ren in terms of appearance. Associate Professor Jiao looked around. This was a teacher's office and there were always people walking in and out of the hallway. It was inconvenient for him to talk, so he quickly took out his keys and opened the office door. He was so happy that he tried a few times to insert the key into the keyhole. After Associate Professor Jiao entered the office, he closed the office door and threw an important meeting note onto the table. Black charcoal? Jiao Pa asked tentatively. As for the fact that his cat would call him, Associate Professor Jiao was just imagining it. Associate Professor Jiao looked at problems too rationally. He analyzed the probability of all kinds of situations, but the conclusion he came up with was very disappointing. There were so many people in the city to help, so many channels and manpower to search, but there was no news. Director He and the others said that the cat must have been transported to another province. It was very difficult to find the cat outside the province. Even in the south, they had asked for help and put up notices, but there was no news. Also, if the cat was out of the province, even if it was fine and had the chance to call, it wouldn't know that there was a prefix in front of the phone number. But now, he really did receive a call from his cat. Associate Professor Jiao felt that this was even worse than when he heard that the project application was successful. Unknowingly, they had already treated Black Charcoal as a member of the family. After Black Charcoal disappeared, it was as if there was a missing piece in their lives. Every time they went home, they would feel sad when they saw the missing piece. The two children were also in low spirits. The neighbors offered to find another black cat to comfort the children, but the 2 children refused. Everyone in his family knew that black charcoal was irreplaceable. On the other side, Jing Tan was also excited. He howled again, louder and louder than before. He didn't notice Fang Xiaokong's expression when he saw E.T., nor did he notice the 3 puppies who were stunned by the howling. Even though the howls were terrifying, Associate Professor Jiao still felt a sense of familiarity. The people outside who were talking about Associate Professor Jiao would never have thought that the person they were talking about was talking to his cat on the phone. Black charcoal, is there anyone around you? Associate Professor Jiao asked. Zheng Tan's excitement gradually calmed down. He looked around, and then his eyes fell on Fang Xiaokong. After answering the phone, he pushed the phone to Fang Xiaokong. When Zheng Tan pushed the phone, someone knocked on the door of Associate Professor Jiao's office. Come in, Associate Professor Jiao said without taking the phone away from his ear. It was Zhao Lu who came in. After she found out that the black cat that saved her had been taken, she had been looking for it. She had also asked many friends to help, but the person who took the cat was too slippery and didn't leave any useful clues. Although she and Associate Professor Jiao both suspected that Renchong was suspicious, they didn't find any evidence. It was Celestine who went to Renchong's house and hid for a while to find some clues. Today, she came to discuss with Associate Professor Jiao how to deal with Renchong and get some clues from him. Zhao Li didn't expect to see Associate Professor Jiao smiling when she walked in. Her heart skipped a beat. Did he find it? At Zheng Tan's office, Fang Xiaokong was very confused by the cat's behavior. He looked at the screen of his phone and saw that it was still in the middle of a call, so he picked up the phone. Hello. Associate Professor Jiao heard the voice and didn't have time to talk to Zhao Lu. After introducing himself and the identity of the black cat, he asked a series of questions. As Fang Xiaokong answered the questions, he also learned about the general situation. He was surprised to encounter such a situation. There was actually a cat that called home. In the office, Jiao Pa wrote down Fang Xiaokong's name on a piece of paper when he heard his introduction. Fang as in square and round, Xiao as in 2 ears, Kong as in health. Fang Xiaokong? Third Uncle Fang? Zhao Lu asked. Although Zhao Li's voice wasn't loud, the area around the citrus garden was too quiet. Everyone could hear what Zhao Lu said on the other end of the phone. Fang Xiaokong also heard Zhao Li's words. Fang Xiaokong was the 3rd child in his family. He had 2 older brothers. Someone who could call him Third Uncle Fang must be an acquaintance. Who's that? Fang Xiaokong asked. Associate Professor Jiao looked at Zhao Lu and handed the phone over. Is that really Third Uncle Fang? I'm Zhao Lu. Zhao Lu told him about Zheng Tan, then said that the black cat had helped him a lot. He hoped that Fang Xiaokong could help him. Fang Xiaokong looked at the cat who was still in the mood to play with the dog. He was very surprised. He did not expect that a cat he met in such a remote village would know an old friend. This cat was very capable. Just like what the elders in the village said, a black cat was always a little strange. Zheng Tan was in a good mood. He hadn't been in such a good mood in a long time. Ever since he was caught, he had been in a constant state of fear. He doubted everyone he met for a long time. Every step he took, he had to think about whether this would work or not. Every day, he had to sleep in the open and take the risk of being caught to steal food. After all, he couldn't stand raw food. All in all, this was a rather bitter experience. But this bitter history was coming to an end. He was about to return to that familiar place, see those familiar people, have a warm bed at night, have someone to help him brush his fur, and have breakfast prepared in the morning. Now that he thought about it, he really missed it. While Zhao Lu and Fang Xiaokong were discussing how to bring the cat back to Chuhua City, the Jiao Pa gestured to Zhao Lu, then said softly, Renchong. Zhao Lu reacted quickly. Even if the cat was brought back, if Renchong wasn't dealt with, the cat-catching incident would happen again. You mean, I'm relieved to know that it's safe and sound. Since Mr. Fang is an acquaintance of Miss Zhao and can be trusted, then there's no rush to bring black charcoal back. Mr. Fang, please take care of black charcoal first. We'll talk about it after we've settled things here. Zhao Li nodded and explained the situation briefly to Fang Xiaokong. Fang Xiaokong expressed his understanding. Okay, I'll take the cat and walk there slowly. It'll take at least 10 days to half a month. Take the cat? 10 days to half a month? Does that mean that it'll take at least 10 days to half a month to get back to Chuhua? Zheng Tan's excitement was doused with a bucket of ice dregs. Why? Even if they couldn't take the train, it wouldn't take too long to drive back. Why would it take 10 days to half a month? Jiao Pa told Zheng Tan to follow Fang Xiaokong obediently over the phone. Third Uncle Fang would take him back to Chuhua. At the moment, Chuhua couldn't send anyone over to pick up Zheng Tan. There were still things to deal with there. Even though the Jiao Pa didn't explain much, Zheng Tan could still analyze the reason from his words. Zheng Tan expressed his understanding. It was for his own good. He didn't want to face people with bad intentions once he got back. Fang Xiaokong looked at the cat in front of him, who was listening to the phone attentively. Even third Uncle Fang, who boasted that he had seen the world and seen many strange things, couldn't help but be amazed. That cat's father was also special. He actually explained so much to a cat. If it were someone else in this village, they would probably be thinking about how to exorcise demons and ward off evil spirits. After the phone call, Zheng Tan was less wary of Fang Xiaokong. Since Fang Xiaokong was someone Zhao Li knew, and he had Zhao Li's guarantee, Zheng Tan didn't need to spend so much effort on guarding against him. At this time, the young man from before also ran over after the phone call. He said that he would drive out tomorrow and bring the 3 puppies to his friend. Knowing that the 3 puppies were settled, Zheng Tan was completely relieved. From the conversation between Fang Xiaokong and the young man, he knew that the person who was going to adopt the 3 puppies was a good person. That night, Zheng Tan followed Fang Xiaokong to the young man's house. Of course, Zheng Tan hid in his backpack. The people in this village didn't like black cats. He was afraid that the landlord would be unhappy if he found out. As for the 3 puppies, the young man also put them in cages and carried them back. After eating and drinking and sleeping well, Zheng Tan woke up early in the morning and followed Fang Xiaokong onto the young man's tricycle. The puppies were in cages. They had a good meal last night and this morning, and now they were going to sleep. The road in the countryside wasn't easy to drive on. There was a long stretch of uneven road. The bumpy driving made Zheng Tan feel dizzy. The 3-hour drive, in fact, would probably take less than an hour if the road was flat. The young man and his friend raised sheep and some cows. They also built a place to raise poultry. The scale was quite large. No wonder they wanted to raise dogs. Looking at the 3 puppies, the friend was very satisfied. He had already tidied up the kennel yesterday. After looking at the 3 puppies, he took them over. Zheng Tan and Fang Xiaokong had lunch there. In the afternoon, the young man would drive them to the county. The road to the county was much better. It wasn't so bumpy. Although the journey was twice as long, it took about the same amount of time. Zheng Tan didn't bring Kitty's cat tag with him. In the village, he took off the cat tag and hid it for convenience. When he left with Fang Xiaokong, he didn't take it. Now, he was really a stray cat without a tag. However, with Fang Xiaokong by his side, Zheng Tan wasn't so anxious. However, his good mood didn't last long. After Fang Xiaokong bought a bicycle, Zheng Tan couldn't stay calm. Chapter 66. Zheng Tan felt that Fang Xiaokong was quite unreliable. After this guy entered the county, he happened to pass by a bicycle shop and suddenly came up with the idea of buying a bicycle. In fact, this guy hadn't ridden a bicycle in a long time. Even when he was traveling, he drove a 4-wheeled bicycle. The owner of the bicycle shop promoted it for a long time, but Fang Xiaokong didn't buy the brand new mountain bike that was said to be the most advanced design. In the end, he bought a second-hand bike. Even if it was a second-hand bike, it was still a mountain bike. The shop owner didn't seem too happy because Fang Xiaokong didn't buy a new bike, but after all, it was still a business deal, so he inspected the bike again. Fang Xiaokong looked at the black cat squatting not far away, then looked at the bicycle being inspected. He said to the shop owner, "Boss, can you add a basket for me?" The shop owner looked at Fang Xiaokong strangely. He probably didn't expect someone to make such a request. Most people bought this type of bike mainly for sports. Who would put a basket on it to buy groceries? However, since the customer made the request, he wouldn't refuse. A basket could still make a few dollars. Being a professional, the boss still asked, "Are you loading the basket to store the goods?" Fang Xiaokong thought for a moment and nodded. Yes. How heavy is it? It's not too heavy. Then the shop owner didn't say anything else. Since it was just for goods and wasn't heavy, there was no need to modify it too much. He just put a basket on it. After the inspection, the basket was loaded and the payment was made. Getting on the bike, Fang Xiaokong felt good. It was as if he had returned to his youth. He was suddenly looking forward to the rest of the trip. Jing Tan squatted at the side and looked coldly at the self-satisfied Uncle Fang. He couldn't understand why Uncle Fang would choose such a lifestyle. When he was on the phone with the Jiaopa, Jing Tan heard a hint of respect in Zhao Li's tone. It wasn't fake politeness, but real respect. This meant that Uncle Fang should have some background. At the very least, he shouldn't be short of money. But why would a man in his 30s choose such a lifestyle? He made himself look like a poor man. As Jing Tan was thinking, Fang Xiaokong rode over. He stopped in front of Jing Tan, patted the basket and said proudly, "Goods, get on." Jing Tan. Goods my ass. They were going to go from this small county to another city. Their next stop was a big city. The surrounding roads should be relatively good. Jumping on the basket, Jing Tan felt something was wrong, but he couldn't tell why. Anyway, it wasn't as comfortable as squatting in the basket of little Pomelo's children's car. Fang Xiaokong carried his travel bag and rode out of the city on his bicycle. The roads in the city were very smooth, but it was different when they left the city. From the small county to the big city, there were indeed roads, but they were all highways. It was fine to drive there, but it was impossible to ride a bike. There were no highways, so they took the national highway. However, the entire journey wasn't entirely on the national highway. In order to experience the feeling of riding a mountain bike, Fang Xiaokong chose a small rural road after leaving the city. After that, they went on the national highway. Jing Tan's bitter experience began on this small rural road. The front of a mountain bike had a shock absorber design, which was different from ordinary bikes. The owner of the bike shop didn't modify the basket too much when he loaded it, so the one who suffered was Jing Tan. The bicycle traveled along a small country road. The road was filled with potholes, gravel, and dirt. Whenever it bumped, Jing Tan would feel the bicycle's basket move up and down violently. It was much more uncomfortable than riding Wei Lung's bicycle in the past. The shaking made her dizzy. Fang Xiaokong didn't feel too uncomfortable. He was still in the novel stage. He was in a good mood, humming a tune until he felt the movement on the basket. Jing Tan jumped twice in the basket to attract Fang Xiaokong's attention. When Fang Xiaokong stopped the bike, he jumped out of the basket. When he landed, he was still a little dizzy and almost couldn't stand straight. What's wrong? Fang Xiaokong looked at Jing Tan, who was squatting on the side of the road and pulling at his ears with an unwilling expression. Then he looked at the basket, raised his hand to push the basket twice, and looked at the front fork of the bike. He suddenly remembered what the owner of the bike shop asked. So this was the main problem. Is the basket uncomfortable? Fang Xiaokong thought for a while. Why don't you just squat in my bag? In the end, Jing Tan didn't squat in the big travel bag. Instead, he stood on top of the bag. He had claws to hook onto the bag so that he wouldn't fall, and he wouldn't sway like he did in the basket. He could even step on Fang Xiaokong's head twice. Fang Xiaokong, who had his head stepped on, thought that the cat must have done it on purpose. No wonder people said that cats were vengeful. He should buy a hat the next time he went to the city. Otherwise, the cat would really rebel. He, third young Master Fang, had never been stepped on like this before. After getting out of the village road and onto the national highway, the feeling was much better. There was no more bumping, and Jing Tan could even take a nap on the bag. Jing Tan was comfortable, but Fang Xiaokong gradually felt tired. After the novelty wore off, he began to feel tired. The backpack was heavy, and with a cat, it was even heavier. After riding for a few hours, they found a place to rest. When they set off again, under Fang Xiaokong's complaints, Jing Tan went back to squatting on the basket to relieve the pressure on third Uncle Fang. The roads on the national highway were much better than the village roads, so Jing Tan didn't have much of an opinion. Just like that, they rode and stopped, and they didn't enter the city until evening. They found a small hotel to stay in. Because he didn't know if the owner of the hotel allowed him to bring a cat, Jing Tan hid in the bag and went in. The room wasn't big. It was a single room. The other facilities were quite complete. After riding for half a day, Fang Xiaokong was so tired that he almost collapsed. However, before he collapsed, he took out his digital SLR camera and looked at the photos he took today. He also took out a small notebook to make some notes. While Fang Xiaokong was organizing the photos and notes, Jing Tan ran to the bathroom. He filled the bathtub to the brim and adjusted the temperature of the water. Then he started to take a bath. He hadn't taken a bath in a long time. In addition, he was too tired from riding the basket today. Jing Tan decided to take a good bath. His main purpose was to drown the fleas on his body. Jing Tan was helpless about fleas. They couldn't be eradicated. Even if he didn't come into contact with other animals, he could still get some in the grass. He squeezed some shower gel, rubbed it casually, and started to swim. Based on his current size, this bathtub could indeed be used as a small swimming pool for Jing Tan. It was better when he was a human. He wouldn't attract so many fleas. Jing Tan sighed in his heart. When Fang Xiaokong finished organizing his things and went into the bathroom, he saw the black cat swimming in the bathtub. It looked very comfortable. Damn, it even squeezed shower gel. Fang Xiaokong had friends who also owned cats, so he had heard that most cats didn't like to take baths. Just as Zhao Lu said, this cat was very special. Black cats were really strange. Fang Xiaokong thought to himself. After Jing Tan finished bathing, he found a hairdryer and dried his fur. The hairdryer was placed on the table. He turned on the button and set it to hot air. Then, Jing Tan constantly adjusted the angle to dry his fur. It was a little troublesome. As long as it could solve the problem, it was fine. When Fang Xiaokong came out of the bathroom, he looked at the only bed and the black cat lying in the middle. He was speechless for a long time. The cat's habit of occupying territory was really F***ing annoying. The next day, the man and the cat slept until almost noon. Jing Tan was fine. After taking a bath and getting rid of the fleas, he also had a good sleep and was full of energy. Fang Xiaokong, on the other hand, felt some intense pain in his neck and back. His spine also hurt, the aftereffects of riding a bike. Riding a mountain bike for a long distance also required attention. From the bike to the rider's posture, there were rules. Fang Xiaokong didn't know anything, so it was natural for him to be like this. After lunch, Fang Xiaokong and Jing Tan went out. Fang Xiaokong wanted to take a good look around and learn more about the city. Jing Tan didn't have anything special that interested him, so he just treated it as a free trip. Fang Xiaokong hung the camera around his neck. Jing Tan stayed in the bag. Like before, he looked out from the zipper of the bag. These days, many big cities in the inland didn't have subways. The urban construction definitely couldn't be compared to a few years later. Jing Tan didn't care about many things nowadays. He just looked around to kill time when he was bored. He didn't know what Fang Xiaokong was looking at, but he looked quite serious. In the evening, Fang Xiaokong came to a square. There were more people here. There was a commercial street nearby. Some people were dancing in the square. There were groups of young people and middle-aged women. The surroundings were noisy. Fang Xiaokong didn't want to stay here and was ready to leave. Before leaving, Jing Tan's attention was attracted by the sound of a guitar and strings. Fang Xiaokong obviously noticed it too. He walked over. In the corner of the square, a few young people were singing. There were also people around watching, but not many. Some people even threw coins in front of them. Fang Xiaokong watched for a while. When they were resting, he went over to chat. These 5 young people weren't from this city, nor were they from the same place. They all met here and got along well. They were planning to start a band. They were in high school. They were still underage kids, but they didn't go to school. They said that they liked music so much that they wanted to go out and see the world. In many people's youth, they would have a dream of being a vagrant complex. This kind of vagrant was a yearning for freedom and the pursuit of dreams. It seemed that nothing could stop the young, restless, and ignorant heart. Jing Tan vaguely remembered seeing a vagrant singer in his 20s. He carried a guitar every day and sang in every corner of the city. Sometimes he would be invited to sing in small bars. When people talked about vagrant singers, they had the impression that they had no fixed place to stay and wandered around. Jing Tan only had a poor back view of the vagrant singer. He didn't have many memories of him. At that time, Zheng Tan often went to clubs, KTVs, and other places. He didn't have the leisure to listen to street performers. He also had a disdainful attitude towards vagrant singers. Occasionally, he would act as a philanthropist in front of beautiful girls and give them some money. He didn't treat it as a kind of spiritual enjoyment. In the end, it was just an occasional pastime. What I need is everyone's appreciation, not pity. We're not as unkempt as people think. We don't have a few lice in our hair. We're the so-called street art. The young man who was chatting with Fang Xiaokong said, sharing his thoughts. Then how much money do you guys make every day? Fang Xiaokong asked. The young man scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Not sure. When I was alone, I didn't make much. It took me a few days to get enough money for a bus ticket. Now it's better. We'll just sing here for a while. The day before yesterday, we contacted a small bar. We'll sing there later. It's still early. Singing here is just for practice. Fang Xiaokong looked at the coins on the ground thoughtfully. Before he left, he found a shop and rented a guitar. It was not a very good guitar, and it was not as good as the ones in the hands of the children. At night, when he returned to the small hotel, Fang Xiaokong tried the guitar. At first, he was a little shaky, but gradually he became proficient. Obviously, he had practiced before. Zheng Tan was about to go to bed when Fang Xiaokong called him over. Black charcoal, let's go perform tomorrow. Zheng Tan was speechless. Why would this guy suddenly have such an idea? I heard that a lot of people perform with their pets. They make a lot of money. Here, I've specially prepared this for you. As he spoke, Fang Xiaokong took out a glass can that he had finished eating. In his other hand, he picked up a metal spoon from who knows where. He knocked the can with the spoon, making a crisp, ding sound. Looking at the can and the spoon, Zheng Tan roughly knew what Fang Xiaokong wanted him to do. However, at this time, he pretended that he didn't understand. Seeing that the cat in front of him didn't respond, Fang Xiaokong thought to himself, that's not right. Zhao Lu said that this cat can understand human language and is very capable. If you want to express something, you can just say it directly. There's no need to use food to induce it. After a moment of silence, Fang Xiaokong said, didn't they say that you're very smart? Don't you know how to do this? It's not as magical as Zhao Lu said. Provocation didn't work. Zheng Tan continued to lower his head, pretending that he didn't know. How about this? You see, I don't have much pocket money. Look at the small hotel we're staying in now. The conditions are too bad. Tomorrow, we'll perform on the streets. If we make more money, we'll stay in a better hotel. The kind with double rooms. Each of us has a bed. It's spacious, not crowded, and we don't have to fight for pillows and blankets. What do you think? Zheng Tan really thought about it this time. Just because Fang Xiaokong said that he didn't have pocket money didn't mean that he didn't have money. Therefore, Zheng Tan treated this sentence as a fart. However, if they could really change to a better hotel, Zheng Tan would certainly be willing. There were flies and mosquitoes in this place, and it was annoying. Also, if we make money, we'll take a bus to the next city. We won't ride a bike. Zheng Tan looked at Fang Xiaokong. He believed that they wouldn't ride a bike. Fang Xiaokong had suffered a lot riding a bike. He didn't want to ride a bike anymore, but he used it as a condition. However, if that was really the case, Zheng Tan was willing to give it a try. He was afraid that Fang Xiaokong would suddenly decide to walk on foot. That would be terrible. Today, he saw Fang Xiaokong shopping in a shop that sold tents. He probably did have that idea. Fang Xiaokong knocked on the glass jar twice with a metal spoon. Then, he placed the spoon in front of Zheng Tan, waiting for Zheng Tan to make a decision. Zheng Tan poked at the metal spoon. Even if he was willing to give it a try, this metal spoon wasn't easy to hold. Oh, there's also this. Fang Xiaokong took out a rolled-up paper tube and stuck it on the metal spoon with transparent tape. The paper tube was just enough for Zheng Tan to put one of his arms in. Zheng Tan looked at Fang Xiaokong. This guy really came prepared. He put his arm into the paper tube. When he raised his arm, he also raised the metal spoon and knocked on the glass jar. Ding! There was a crisp sound. Yes, just like that. Here, I'll sing a line and you knock it. Fang Xiaokong plucked the metal strings of his guitar and began to sing. Twinkle, 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 Zheng Tan. So retarded. Seeing Fang Xiaokong looking at him, Zheng Tan took a deep breath and knocked the spoon over. Ding. Very good. Continue. The sky is full of little stars, ding. Hang in the sky and shine, ding. They practiced until 11 o'clock. The person next door couldn't take it anymore and knocked on the door to scold them. Only then did the man and cat stop. The next day, Fang Xiaokong asked Zheng Tan to continue practicing with him. After lunch, they took a nap and went out at 4 o'clock. The sky wasn't dark yet, but there were already more people at the square. In the corner, the 5 young people he saw yesterday were there again. After making some adjustments, they began to sing. The songs they sang included popular music and classic songs from the past. They were all songs that young people liked and were full of energy. Fang Xiaokong looked over there, then found a place where there was no one and put the prepared paper box in front of him. There was an opening on the paper box. Zheng Tan felt that it was like a donation box, and he was the poor cat that needed everyone to do good. People around saw the situation and came over. Fang Xiaokong was wearing a hat, and he hadn't shaved his beard in the past few days. It was hard to see his original appearance. Zheng Tan felt that he must have done it on purpose. After putting away the paper box, Fang Xiaokong put the glass bottle aside, then took out his guitar, leaned against a lamppost, and began to strum. The curious gazes of the people around made Zheng Tan's face hot. Whether he was a human or a cat, he had never performed in front of so many people. This made him very embarrassed. It was okay when he was in the hotel, after all, no one was looking. But now, with so many people looking at him, Zheng Tan felt that the iron spoon weighed 1,000 pounds. He really didn't want to touch that thing. Not far away, the 5 young people finished singing "Glorious Years," and also noticed them. Hey, it's about to start. Fang Xiaokong reminded Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan pulled his ears. It didn't seem good to leave now. It felt like he was running away. After mentally preparing himself, Zheng Tan put his arm into the paper box of the iron spoon. More and more people gathered around out of curiosity. Fang Xiaokong also began to strum the guitar. His skills were not very good in the eyes of the young people. After a prelude, Fang Xiaokong's heroic voice sounded. Walking in all directions, the road is long and the river is long. Zheng Tan braced himself and lifted the iron spoon to hit the glass bottle. Ding! Hazy and hazy, a village and a village, ding! Watching the setting sun come back, ding! The earth is not old, the sky is not desolate, the years are long and long. When Fang Xiaokong sang the first line, one of the young people who was drinking water spat it out. No one would have thought that this uncle would actually sing this song while playing the guitar. The playing was terrible, and the singing was terrible, but more and more people gathered around. And many people began to throw money into the paper box. Zheng Tan felt like an idiot. No, he and Fang Xiaokong were both idiots. Chapter 67. In a big city, the city square was always bustling at night. Music from the shops, various mobile advertisements, dynamic hip-hop tunes, and ethnic customs of old ladies, but tonight, more and more people gathered in the corner that people usually didn't pay attention to. Hey, let's go and see. There's a cat knocking on a bottle over there. Knocking on a bottle? Yeah, I heard that it's a homeless singer's pet. The 2 of them are performing. Sounds interesting. Let's go and see. Mom, I want to see the cat knocking on the bottle too. Okay, let's go and see the cat knocking on the bottle. The people in the city didn't have so many scruples about the black cat. They came to watch for something new and for fun. People's living standards had improved, and they didn't have to worry about food and clothing anymore. They would try to find entertainment for themselves to pass the time. It was the first time in a long time that they saw people performing with cats in the square. And the coordination was really good. Zheng Tan looked at the increasing crowd of onlookers. He lowered his head and looked at the glass bottle in front of him seriously, but he didn't look at the audience. For Zheng Tan, even if he didn't have a good character when he was a human, he still cared about his reputation. He never thought that there would be a day when he would be reduced to performing on the street and being watched by people. Zheng Tan could only feel lucky that this wasn't the era of advanced communication a few years later. Otherwise, his knocking on the bottle would be posted on the internet, and it might even be reposted many times. That would be even more embarrassing. Following the tune of Fang Xiaokong's broken voice and knocking on the glass bottle, Zheng Tan sighed in his heart. How could time pass so slowly? It felt like hours had passed, but in fact, it was only 2 songs, less than 10 minutes. Zheng Tan suddenly remembered something that Jiao Pa once said to Jiao Yuan. People have to learn to adjust themselves. When you don't want to face it but have to face it, you can try to change your mindset to comfort yourself. This will give you a better mentality to face the next challenge. Change my mindset and adjust my mentality? Zheng Tan raised his head slightly and looked at the cardboard box that had been stuffed with an unknown amount of money. Looking at it from another angle, this money was earned by knocking on bottles, not by sneaking through windows and doors. Speaking of which, why didn't he feel guilty when he was stealing things through the window? Why did he feel embarrassed when he was working as a street performer to earn money? To put it bluntly, it was just a matter of face. This was also a very ridiculous and shameless attitude, but it was something that many people had. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, it was indeed very unnatural. Looking at Fang Xiaokong, who was singing enthusiastically next to him, he had already gone off-key and forgotten his lines several times, but wasn't he still singing cheerfully? It seemed that he still had to grind his skin a little more. In order to roam the Jianghu, one had to be thick-skinned. For the first time, Zheng Tan understood the meaning of hard-earned money. His hands were sore from knocking on the bottles. Just as Fang Xiaokong was considering changing songs, Zheng Tan switched hands. The onlookers gasped in amazement again. That cat can even switch hands. My cat can do this too. He's probably tired, so pitiful. An auntie dug in her wallet, walked to the cardboard box, and stuffed the money in her hand into it. With one person taking the lead, there was a second, a third. Fang Xiaokong sighed in his heart. A person's face was not as useful as a cat's. He had been singing for so long, and his voice was hoarse, but no one cared. Instead, the cat next to him got sympathy just by changing hands. That woman just now took out 100 yuan in one go. It seemed that the living standards of the people in this city were indeed good. After singing 2 more old songs, Fang Xiaokong came to an intermission. At this time, someone came over to talk to Fang Xiaokong, asking him where he was from, where the cat came from, why he wanted to come here to sing, and so on. Zheng Tan was too lazy to listen to Fang Xiaokong's nonsense. This guy was not telling the truth, and he was trying to trick people into sympathizing with him. As for the enthusiastic aunties around him, Zheng Tan could not stand it. He climbed up a tree next to him, and no matter how the people below called him, he did not come down. Sometimes, Zheng Tan did not understand why people liked to call cats Mimi when they saw them, regardless of whether the cat was male or female, or whether the cat had a name or not. The first person to call a cat that way was really King Talented. In the past, this word was only associated with big-breasted girls in Zheng Tan's dictionary. However, ever since he became a cat, he did not know how many times he had been called that. Every time he heard this word, no matter who it was, Zheng Tan would turn his head and walk away. Therefore, after the aunties below shouted Mimi at Zheng Tan's ears twitched, and he decisively climbed up the tree. While Zheng Tan was hiding from the enthusiastic aunties, and Fang Xiaokong was talking nonsense, the 5 young people singing in the corner were also talking. Is it the guy from yesterday? That uncle came to ask us questions yesterday. I didn't expect him to come with a guitar today. That uncle? I think I saw a camera hanging around his neck yesterday. It's a DSLR camera. Yes, a digital DSLR camera. That thing is quite expensive. The reason I remember it is because of his camera. After saying that, the 5 people were silent for a while, and then one of them said, "Damn, so this uncle actually has nothing better to do, so he came to steal business from us?" When young people did this occasionally, it was called rebellion or curiosity. But if a man in his late 40s did this kind of thing, people would think that he was crazy. Actually, the important thing is that black cat, right? I suddenly feel like I've been hit, one of them said. The oldest one, Jin, was the lead singer of this newly formed band, and also the boss of this new band. He greeted the people with different thoughts and prepared to continue singing. At this time, a woman with heavy makeup came over and greeted them. They knew this woman. She was the relative of the owner of the small bar who had invited them to sing. She had just come to shop and received a call from the owner of the bar, so she brought a message. After saying that, she flipped her hair and walked away in her thin high heels. She really looked down on these street performers. The message that the woman brought over was mainly to tell them that they did not have to go tonight. Another band that was singing in front of them was celebrating a birthday, and they were going to book the whole place. It was estimated that they would sing until the wee hours of the morning. The 5 young people did not look good. However, since leaving home until now, they had encountered a lot of things, and they had encountered similar situations. They had no money and no reputation now. To put it bluntly, they were nothing. They could not blame others for looking down on them. As the bassist of this new band, the young man stood aside and did not speak. He did not like to talk much. He strummed the bass in his hand, and the music was a little tired and struggling. Hey you guys! Just as the 5 young people were thinking about what to do for the rest of the night, Fang Xiaokong came to them and told them about his plan. Ensemble? As the lead singer and leader of the band, Jin was a little surprised. Yes, ensemble. Of course, my level is limited, but I still have this understanding. So, it's not me who will work with you. As he spoke, Fang Xiaokong pointed to Zheng Tan, who was squatting in the tree and looking up at the stars. It will come over and join you. How about it? Jin thought about it. From the situation just now, he knew that the cat could attract people. Of course, it would be okay if everyone came over and cooperated. Moreover, when they were discussing just now, they were ready to leave the city for the next stop. Anyway, they were not in a hurry. After making the decision, Jin nodded. I have no problem. What about everyone? The other 4 did not object. They were very happy to have such a special experience before leaving. They had never worked with a cat before. Zheng Tan had been squatting in the tree and counting the stars out of boredom, but he was told to play with those people. Charcoal, look, your uncle can't sing anymore. My voice is hoarse and I don't have enough money. If I work with those little fellows, I can earn more money. You just have to squat at the side and show your appreciation. You don't have to work too hard. Fang Xiaokong looked up and said to Zheng Tan, and those little guys are quite pitiful. Today is probably the last time they will sing in this city. They will leave tomorrow. I want to help, but I don't have as much influence as you do. Zheng Tan looked at some people who were still standing around and did not leave. Then he looked at the 5 young people who were 17 or 18 years old. He thought about it. He was already somewhat resistant to this kind of shameless performance. It was okay to help a little and make some money. Anyway, he just needed to pretend to knock on the bottle twice. After discussing, Zheng Tan came to the 5 young people. Facing the black cat, the 5 young people did not know how to get along with it. Fang Xiaokong came from behind to help carry the bottle and spoon. After discussing with Jin, he borrowed a high stool and put the bottle and spoon on the side. Zheng Tan jumped onto the high stool. This time, he felt better than at the beginning. He was more shameless and adjusted his mentality. Isn't it just knocking on the spoon twice? What's the big deal? Seeing that they were ready to start again, the crowd slowly gathered again. It was only 8 o'clock. The city's nightlife was very rich, not to mention the commercial square here. Compared to before, there were actually more people at this time. The 5 young people were not sure if they could cooperate with a cat. Fang Xiaokong came over and said a few words to calm them down. Zheng Tan, who was standing at the side, had some complaints. Could it be that these brats were looking down on him? Seeing Zheng Tan pulling his ears like that, Fang Xiaokong knew that the cat must be angry again. Okay, let's get started. Fang Xiaokong waved his hand and put the paper box in a conspicuous place. Then he retreated to the side and sat down to watch. Seeing the paper box, the 5 young people's expressions were very unnatural. It was too straightforward. Their skills were still not as high as Fang Xiaokong's. Hey, these little guys are still shy? Fang Xiaokong said to the person sitting next to him. There was also a middle-aged man sitting there. He was the owner of the musical instrument store where Fang Xiaokong rented the guitar. In addition to guitars and basses, Ajin and the others rented drums and keyboards from the shop. Most of the time, he would come here to listen to these young people sing. Chapter 68. The five of them had worked together for a while, so they could understand each other with just a few syllables. Ajin plucked the guitar in his hand, signaled everyone to get ready, paused, and looked at the cat on the stool next to him. Xianxia was already impatiently wagging his tail. Wasn't it just singing a song? Did they need foreplay? Dilly-dally. To be on the safe side, their first song was not fast, and the rhythm was similar to Fang Xiaokong's. Of course, it was definitely not like Fang Xiaokong's style. Xianxia knocked on the glass bottle again and again. It was not difficult for him to grasp the rhythm, and the onlookers were more tolerant of cats than people. Even if there was a mistake, everyone would understand. After all, it was a cat. After the song, Ajin and the others were very happy. They thought that the sound of knocking on the glass would be abrupt, but they did not expect that after the rhythm was fixed, the effect would be very good. They could try to add similar elements in the future. Giving Xianxia a thumbs up, Ajin was ready to change to a slightly faster song. Xianxia was secretly proud, and the tip of his tail unconsciously twitched. Sure enough, he was proud. Look at the crowd, as well as the girl with big eyes. Her hands were red from clapping. Compared to the time when he cooperated with Fang Xiaokong, Xianxia felt much better now. It had nothing to do with the onlookers, but with the acceptance of music. He could not understand Fang Xiaokong's feelings for old songs like Go Square, but he could easily immerse himself in this kind of rock-style pop song. After all, Xianxia's body was also a young man's soul and thoughts. In the corner of the square, under the blurred lights, the rhythmic music came out. When the music started, even the bass player, who was usually a little dull, still looked silent and calm, but the syllables he plucked were full of movement and rhythm. When they were immersed in the performance, Ajin and the others had forgotten that there was a cat squatting next to them, and that they were performing with a cat at this time. Instead, they sang the rhythmic songs according to their previous habits. After a series of hurried syllables, when it entered the chorus, it was like a new green that broke free from its shackles and broke out of the ground, swaying freely, sweeping away all shyness and restraint. It was not only the rhythm and melody that affected people, but also the wanton passion that was infused into it. Hot-blooded youth. It was not only the song that made people excited, but also the atmosphere. It provided people with a way to release themselves, just for this moment to let loose. Just for this moment, it was enough. They were still young and might not be able to express the mature emotions of the original singer, but they had already taken a big step forward. Who could say for sure that they would not shine in the future? If Xianxia had a playful attitude at the beginning, he had already immersed himself in it. He knocked on the bottles with great passion, which was completely different from the lazy attitude he had when he first cooperated with Fang Xiaokong. Young people were always easily affected by the atmosphere and did not know what they were doing. Even if it was just a cat now, it was still the same. The owner of the musical instrument store, who was sitting not far away, praised, "Your cat is good at knocking bottles. This is the first time I've seen a cat knock bottles like this, like you're stirring up eggs." Fang Xiaokong. Ha. It was also the first time he had seen it. More and more people gathered around. At first, most of them were people who came to watch the cat knock bottles, such as parents with children and aunties who had just finished dancing. Gradually, a group of young people gathered here. People liked to watch and join in the fun. Seeing that there were so many people here, everyone came over. Then they were affected by the atmosphere. Some sang along, some clapped, and some cheered. For the young people, it was a familiar song, and it was easy to pick it up. Fang Xiaokong took out a camera from his backpack and began to take pictures. "Hey, isn't this in DSLR? If you have the money to buy in DSLR, why are you here performing? Are performers so rich now?" Someone who had seen Fang Xiaokong sing asked. "No." Fang Xiaokong calmly raised his finger and pointed in a direction. "I borrowed it from a student of the photography club over there. I have to return it later." The man looked in the direction that Fang Xiaokong was pointing at. There were people everywhere, so he couldn't tell which one he was referring to. However, there were indeed photography clubs here. Every once in a while, someone would come here to hold a student photography exhibition. Shaking his head, The person did not say anything else. When Zheng Tan was tired of knocking, he would switch to his left hand. After a while, he would switch back. He had a lot of fun, and when he knocked bottles, he would look at the cardboard box from time to time. Seeing people constantly putting money into the cardboard box, Zheng Tan was even happier. They did not leave until after 10 o'clock at night, when there were fewer people in the square. Zheng Tan threw the iron spoon away and rushed to the cardboard box to take a look. The light was not good, so he could not see how much money was inside. However, it should be enough to pay for the car and the hotel. When Ajin was packing up after the event, he still hadn't calmed down. For a moment just now, I felt like I was a celebrity. So many people supported me and cheered for me. It was just like the dream I had back then. Yes, that feeling was so good. The others echoed his sentiments. The owner of the music store went over to talk to them. Tomorrow, these boys would go to the north. He wanted to encourage and teach them a lesson now, so that they would not be unable to get out of a bad situation in the future. There was still a long way to go. Fang Xiaokong did not immediately calculate the money in the box. After the show, he sealed the box, helped the boys pack up their equipment, and carried it to the music store. He also calculated the money in the store. 3,600? Ajin and the other four were shocked. Usually, when they sang in the square, they would only earn a few dozen yuan an hour. When they were alone, it was even less. Therefore, they usually just regarded singing in the square as an experience, a kind of training for themselves. They did not expect to make much money from it. However, the number now made them unable to believe it. They were not from a serious school, nor were they famous. They were just novices. After experiencing street performances, this money was really a lot for them. Fang Xiaokong took 1,800 yuan and handed the rest to Ajin. Here, we agreed to split it 50-50. Well, Mr. Fang, your money is also in there. You should take more, Ajin said. Even if they knew that they had made more money this time, they also understood that without the black cat, they would not have been able to successfully attract the attention of so many people in the square. That's it. Let's go. Without further explanation, Fang Xiaokong stuffed the money into his bag and walked out with his bag on his back. Zheng Tan also hurried to follow. He had no objection to Fang Xiaokong's distribution. After all, Fang Xiaokong was not poor, and 1,800 yuan was enough for a car and a hotel. He did not need a 5-star hotel, as long as it was better than the previous small hotel. Thanks, Brother Cat. Ajin raised his hand and shouted. Zheng Tan wagged his tail and did not look back. They still had things left in the small hotel. They originally wanted to check out, but the landlord said that they had to check out before noon. After that, they would have to stay for another day. In order to leave the small hotel as soon as possible, Zheng Tan poked Fang Xiaokong in his backpack, hoping that this guy would just check out. After all, he had made money by singing tonight. In the end, Fang Xiaokong did not pay a dime. He only gave away the second-hand mountain bike. Since he was not going to ride it again, he might as well use it for the last time. After leaving the small hotel, the man and the cat went to the nearest 4-star hotel. In order to get there faster, Fang Xiaokong was going to take a shortcut. There was a small path there, so there was no need to take a detour. There were street lights on the side of the road, but it was too late and there were not many people at this time. As they walked, Zheng Tan's ears twitched. He looked out from the zipper of his backpack and saw 2 sneaky figures behind them. Were they robbers? No matter if they were or not, they did not seem like good people. Zheng Tan poked Fang Xiaokong. Got it, Fang Xiaokong said in a low voice. Since Fang Xiaokong said that he knew, Zheng Tan did not remind him anymore. Instead, he focused his attention on the 2 people behind them. After confirming that there were only 2 people, Zheng Tan breathed a sigh of relief. If there were only 2 people, it would be fine. If there were more, he would not be able to handle it. The 2 people were getting closer and closer, and they were holding a steel pipe in their hands. It was obvious that they were not good people. When one of them came closer, Zheng Tan jumped out of his backpack and clawed at the man's face. Then, with his flexibility, he dodged the man's swing. He jumped up and kicked the man twice. This time, he used his real strength and both kicks landed on the man's lower body. Motherf***, You actually want to rob me of the hard-earned money that I earned by shamelessly performing? Do you want to die or do you want to die? Another kick. Zheng Tan thought that since he was not going to stay here for long, there was no need to hide. He would leave tomorrow. Even if these people wanted to take revenge on him, they would not be able to find him. When Fang Xiaokong knocked the other person out with his stick, he turned around and saw the cat kicking the man's crotch. The man who was kicked screamed as if he was castrated. The steel pipe in his hand had already fallen to the ground. After being kicked, the man lay on the ground and wailed. Zheng Tan ignored him and looked at Fang Xiaokong. This guy was holding a baton. It seemed that he was prepared. Let's go. Don't worry about them. They are just hooligans, Fang Xiaokong said as he put away the baton. Zheng Tan pulled his ears and jumped into Fang Xiaokong's backpack. They were almost at the hotel. Cats were not allowed there, so it was better to hide. Before they got out of the alley, Fang Xiaokong's phone rang. Yo, second brother, why are you calling me at this time? I haven't slept yet. I'm looking for a hotel. I just ran into some trouble. Someone wanted to rob me. Oh, I didn't hit him hard this time. I only hit him once. Also, you don't know how arrogant he was when he came out. He said, "Get out, leave the cat, and put the money box on the side." Oh, F***ck, don't you think he deserved a beating? This place is not safe. Tell your brother-in-law to be careful when he comes over. Kids don't even dare to come here. Zheng Tan was speechless. That was F***king nonsense. Chapter 69. The next day, Zheng Tan hid in Fang Xiaokong's bag and prepared to leave the hotel. The receptionist took a second look at Fang Xiaokong's big backpack. She probably didn't expect someone who looked so down and out to be staying in a hotel like this. She was still trying to guess what was in the backpack. "Sir, your backpack's zipper isn't closed." The receptionist was trying to remind him out of kindness, but she couldn't finish her sentence because she had already seen the cat's whiskers through the unzipped opening. The receptionist opened her mouth and looked at Fang Xiaokong. The guy gave her a bright smile and swaggered away. After leaving the hotel, Zheng Tan didn't feel too restrained. He jumped out and walked beside Fang Xiaokong. It was too uncomfortable to be in the backpack. "Yo, the car is here," Fang Xiaokong said. Zheng Tan stretched his neck and looked. He didn't recognize which car Fang Xiaokong was talking about. There were too many cars parked in the hotel's parking lot. Fang Xiaokong walked towards a very ordinary-looking private car and raised his hand to greet the person sitting in the driver's seat. This was what Fang Xiaokong meant when he said, "Save on the fare." When Fang Xiaokong opened the car door, Zheng Tan saw another person sitting in the back. He was about the same age as Fang Xiaokong, but this person looked more serious and dignified. It didn't matter if he was serious or not. Zheng Tan just hoped that this person was reliable and didn't look like Fang Xiaokong. "Mayor Yuan, congratulations on taking office." Fang Xiaokong got into the car and sat down. He didn't care what the people next to him thought. He directly put the backpack with mud spots on the empty seat next to him. He patted the last bit of space in the back seat and said to Zheng Tan, who was still watching from outside the car, "Get in." Zheng Tan looked at the other person in the back seat, then looked at the small space in the back seat, and then looked at the empty front passenger seat. He jumped into the car and sat in the front. "Hey, this cat is really..." Fang Xiaokong laughed. He ignored Zheng Tan and started chatting with the people next to him. Zheng Tan squatted in the passenger seat. He felt that this spacious place was more comfortable than squeezing in with Fang Xiaokong's big backpack. Most importantly, the car didn't look like much from the outside, but the interior looked pretty good. It should have been modified. Looking at the driver next to it, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. It wasn't that Zheng Tan had seen this person before, but that this person gave Zheng Tan a similar feeling to Celestine. This person was probably a bodyguard and driver. Thinking back to the great Mayor Yuan that Fang Xiaokong had mentioned just now, it was understandable. The driver next to him sensed Zheng Tan's gaze and turned his head to look. It was a bit inappropriate for the cat to squat in the passenger seat, but since the boss didn't say anything, he didn't say anything. It was fine as long as the cat didn't interfere with driving. But now, seeing the cat staring at him, and the look in its eyes didn't seem like something a cat should have, he felt a chill run down his spine. This cat was really F***ing evil. The driver felt goosebumps all over his body, so much so that when the boss ordered him to drive, his reaction was slow for a few seconds. Shifting his gaze from the driver to the window, Zheng Tan leaned over the car seat and looked at the tall building outside through the window. Although his eyes were looking out the window, his ears were perked up. He listened to the conversation between Fang Xiaokong and the person in the back, because Zheng Tan had noticed that the two people were talking about the robbery incident last night. Fang Xiaokong took a document from Mayor Yuan and cursed, "These two people still have the nerve to sue me. Also, they obviously colluded with each other. I only hit one of them with a stick, and only once. The rest has nothing to do with me. If I had known, I would have beaten them until they couldn't even speak. They're just two punks, why are they acting so smug?" It turned out that the two people who had been beaten up by Zheng Tan and Fang Xiaokong last night had run over to sue Fang Xiaokong for malicious injury, and even mentioned attempted murder. "Then tell me about the injuries on that person's body." "A cat kicked him." Mayor Yuan pinched his eyebrows. He didn't expect to encounter such an incident as soon as he was transferred. "Anyway, it's none of my business." Fang Xiaokong threw the document in his hand aside and spread his hands. Even if that person really became a eunuch, it can only be said that he was unlucky and asked for it. Last night, of all things, he tried to rob others and even brought a steel pipe. Besides, this person has a criminal record. Even if he knows a few people and has some connections, it can't be denied that he's a scoundrel. He just wants to extort money. Fang Xiaokong rattled on for a while, and concluded with one sentence, "Anyway, it wasn't me who kicked him in the balls." Seeing that Mayor Yuan was deep in thought, Fang Xiaokong snorted. "Don't put on a sad face. This incident is just an excuse for you to take action. A new broom sweeps clean. If there's a place for you to burn, you have to burn it properly, right?" After saying that, Fang Xiaokong kicked the passenger seat. "Meaning, I have to take responsibility for the trouble you caused." Zheng Tan pulled his ears and pretended that he didn't know anything. After all, it was just a cat now. Who would believe that a cat almost beat someone into a eunuch? Even the beaten robber didn't dare to tell the truth. Who would believe the truth? Or maybe they felt that it was embarrassing to say it out loud, and didn't want people to know that it was actually a cat that almost made him into a eunuch? No matter what the situation was, Zheng Tan believed that the person in the back seat could solve it. It wasn't his turn to worry about it. After that, the two of them stopped talking about the two badly beaten robbers and started to talk about family matters. Zheng Tan wasn't interested in that. He looked out the window and estimated when they could leave the city. More than an hour later, the car stopped. Zheng Tan jumped out of the car. According to Fang Xiaokong, they would transfer to another car here. This car would send them all the way to Chuhua City. Therefore, Zheng Tan was very excited. He didn't have to walk, squat in the bicycle basket, ride on the little tricycle, or perform on the streets. Most importantly, it meant that he could return to Chuhua City very soon and return to the peaceful family compound. Just thinking about it made Zheng Tan so excited that he couldn't sleep. Counting the days carefully, it had been more than a month since he was caught. Zheng Tan felt like a few years had passed in the past month. Using the word torture wasn't enough to describe how Zheng Tan felt about this experience. The car that sent Zheng Tan and Fang Xiaokong to Chuhua City was quite luxurious. There were some clean clothes and other things in the car. They were all for Fang Xiaokong. In the words of Mayor Yuan, "Pay attention to your image. Don't go there and become a joke." Zheng Tan wasn't sure who the joke, referred to by Mayor Yuan, was, but he was too lazy to guess. He just needed to know that he could return to Chuhua City. The driver of the SUV knew Fang Xiaokong. He was sent by Fang Xiaokong's second brother. Looking at the SUV driving away, Mayor Yuan sighed. He's almost 40 years old, but he's still less worrisome than a cat. If Jiaopa knew how Mayor Yuan felt, he would definitely say, "This cat is actually even more worrisome." After the SUV drove onto the highway, Zheng Tan would occasionally look at the signs on the highway. Fang Xiaokong was holding a map, and Zheng Tan would also look at it. Then, using the signs, he would estimate how far they were from Chuhua City. Originally, Zheng Tan thought that they would arrive at Chuhua City very quickly. However, Fang Xiaokong instructed the driver to take a detour. They could have taken a straight line, but they had to take a turn midway. They wanted to go to a city with a long history to see the scenery, take photos, eat some local snacks, and walk around for a few days. For the first 2 days, although Zheng Tan wasn't very happy, he was quite interested in eating, drinking, and having fun. However, after repeating the same thing, Zheng Tan wasn't happy. He wasn't in the mood to see the scenery. So what if the city had a long history? So what if the local snacks were delicious? So what if he was with Fang Xiaokong? Zheng Tan really didn't have the mood to walk around. However, the driver only listened to Fang Xiaokong. Zheng Tan couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't just let the driver take him, right? Since he couldn't change Fang Xiaokong's mind, Zheng Tan changed his method. When he followed Fang Xiaokong to a city on the way, Zheng Tan would ask Fang Xiaokong to buy some small souvenirs. If he liked the souvenirs, he would jump over and hug them. Then he would wait for Fang Xiaokong to pay. Thinking of the colors and styles that everyone in the Jiao family liked, Zheng Tan picked a few of them. The driver who followed Fang Xiaokong went from being surprised to being calm, and then to being numb. He was already used to Zheng Tan picking souvenirs. Moreover, if Fang Xiaokong was busy taking photos and didn't have time, he would be the one to pay for the souvenirs. This was the first time the driver felt that cats were really king troublesome animals. They walked and stopped, and took a long detour. After a week, they entered Jinghan province, which was the province where Chuhua City was located. Just when Zheng Tan felt that the light was in front of him, Fang Xiaokong asked the driver to stop again. They went to a county not far from Chuhua City to play for a few days, saying that they were going fishing there. Zheng Tan wanted to slap him. In the future, he would never ride with this kind of person. He was too much of a troublemaker. Didn't you say that you would stay for 10 days to half a month? Why are you going back so early? Fang Xiaokong sat by the lake, fishing leisurely with a fishing rod. Zheng Tan squatted on a tree nearby, pulling his ears and ignoring him. It had been 10 days since he contacted the Jiao Pa. Was he really going to wait for half a month? Yesterday, when he called the Jiao Pa with Fang Xiaokong's phone, the Jiao Pa said that things were almost done there, and that Zheng Tan could go back at any time. Woof woof, woof woof woof. Beside him, a black dog was happily jumping on the spot. This dog was raised by a farmer nearby. It always liked to watch people fishing, and it would bark excitedly whenever there was a movement. It took the bait? Fang Xiaokong hurriedly raised his rod. We have fish to eat tonight? Zheng Tan yawned and ignored them. He was bored, so he ran to Fang Xiaokong's big backpack, unzipped it, and took out his phone. Chapter 70. Zheng Tan decided to make phone calls every day because he felt that he wouldn't be able to return to Chuhua City anytime soon. Every time he called, Zheng Tan would be on the dot. By this time, the two children should have returned home from school. Then he would listen to little Pomelo and Jiao Yuan complain about what happened at school. Even though there was not much substance to the conversation, Zheng Tan's mood was inexplicably better after the call. Even though he could not speak on the phone, hearing the voice on the other side of the phone made him feel at ease. The tip of his tail wagged slowly. After the phone call, Zheng Tan threw his almost dead phone into his bag. At this time, Fang Xiaokong also put away his fishing pole. He asked the driver to help deliver the fish to the farmer. Since he was bored, Zheng Tan saw a small plant next to him. He raised his paw and played with it. Zheng Tan often saw this kind of plant. It could be found everywhere. There was almost no geographical restriction. Are you playing with plantain? Fang Xiaokong held a bun in his hand and nibbled on it as he walked over. He was hungry from fishing. Dinner wouldn't be ready anytime soon, so he asked for a few buns to fill his stomach first. Fang Xiaokong handed the bun that he took a bite out of to Zheng Tan. He asked, "Do you want to eat it?" Zheng Tan looked at the gap on the bun and turned his head. He was very disgusted. "Oh, I remember Associate Professor Jiao said that you don't eat things that others have bitten. Okay, I'll bite off the part that I've bitten." Fang Xiaokong took a few more bites from the gap and handed it to Zheng Tan. "Do you want to eat it?" Zheng Tan. "Are you king insulting my intelligence?" "Forget it. This bun is pretty good. It's made with good pork. I can tell." Fang Xiaokong finished the bun in his hand in a few bites. He then squatted down and looked at the grass in front of Zheng Tan. "Do you know why this grass is called plantain?" Fang Xiaokong asked. Zheng Tan paused in the middle of plucking the grass. He really didn't know about this. Perhaps it was because it was too common, so he didn't pay much attention to it. In ancient times, whether it was official carriages, private carriages, ox carts, horse carriages, rickshaws, wedding carriages, torture carriages, or war chariots, there would always be this kind of grass on the side of the road. However, why did it have to be called plantain grass and not plantain grass or plantain grass? There was a story that had to be mentioned. In the Han Dynasty, there was a famous general called Ma Wu. He was defeated in a battle. Coincidentally, there was a drought, and all the crops died. His troops retreated to the wilderness where there was no sign of human habitation. Many people and horses died of thirst. Those who did not die also fell ill and peed blood. Later, a coachman found that a few horses were no longer peeing blood, and they were very energetic. They no longer looked sickly. After observing them, he found that these horses were eating a kind of wild grass. He tried it himself, and his condition was much better. Ma Wu asked him where he found the grass. The coachman said that it was in front of the carriage. Ma Wu laughed and said, "What a good plantain grass." Zheng Tan listened to Fang Xiaokong's story of the plantain grass. He raised his paw and plucked the grass with wrinkled leaves. He really didn't expect this grass to have such a story and medicinal value. However, after listening to Fang Xiaokong's story, this person also had a lot of feelings for the plantain grass. After telling the story of Ma Wu and the plantain grass, Fang Xiaokong looked into the distance. On the other side of the pond, behind the brick wall with grass and vines growing on it, there were a few wisps of smoke floating in the air. The smell of oil that belonged to a farmer's family was overflowing. My grandfather said that he was like this grass. It was so common that it could be found anywhere, and it was easy to find. However, at the right time, it could display its brilliance and make people unable to forget it. Hey, speaking of which, when I was young, I used this grass to cure my mumps. Before that, I never thought that the grass that I stepped on every day would become my own medicine. The driver who came out of the farmer's house saw third young master Fang squatting beside the cat and talking to himself. He suddenly understood why the other members of the Fang family had a helpless expression when they talked about third young master Fang. Sometimes, third young master Fang looked like a lunatic and unreliable. However, at the right time, he was sharp enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become the chairman of the Xiaoguang group. Everyone in the Fang family knew that every time Fang Xiaokong's career hit a low point or when he was unable to make a decision regarding the important development plans of the group, he would disappear for a period of time. He would say that he was on a business trip to the outside world, but in fact, he was going out alone to travel or simply stroll around. Every time Fang Xiaokong returned, the Xiaoguang group would experience a huge leap. The driver shook his head. Ordinary people couldn't understand this way of thinking. After he finished speaking, Fang Xiaokong got up and stretched his legs. Then he walked towards the farmer's house while singing a little tune. Walking on the small road in the countryside, the old cow returning at dusk is my companion. Zheng Tan stretched his body and looked at the gradually darkening sky as he walked back. 2 days later, Fang Xiaokong finally decided to leave. When he left, he also bought some local specialties, especially the buns made by the farmer's house. Fang Xiaokong liked it very much and also brought them along to eat on the way. Finally, it was time to leave. Zheng Tan didn't sleep much the night before or during the day. The main reason was that he was too excited. From here to Chuhua City, if they took the highway, it would take more than 3 hours. If they left in the morning, they would arrive at Chuhua City at noon. They could have lunch there. After all, Chuhua City was a big city. Even if they arrived at the city at noon, it would still take more than 40 minutes to get to Chuhua University. This was under the condition that there was no traffic jam. If there was a traffic jam, it would take even longer. Therefore, when they arrived at noon, they first found a place to have lunch. During lunch, Fang Xiaokong left for a while. When he reappeared, he was wearing a business suit and leather shoes. His hair was combed neatly and not a single strand was out of place. His entire aura had changed. He had the aura of an elite and looked like a boss. He was really pretentious. He didn't know where he put that big backpack. Fang Xiaokong had a new phone in his hand with a new color screen. He didn't know where he hid the previous one. The driver knew that if a similar situation happened again, third young Master Fang would be prepared to leave the house. The set of equipment that he put away would definitely be used again. On the way to Chuhua University, Zheng Tan listened to Fang Xiaokong talk nonsense with a few bosses in Chuhua City on his phone. He thought about the person who played the guitar and sang, "Go square," in the square. Clothes make the man. He was indeed extraordinary. When they passed by a crossroad, they happened to run into a red light. The car stopped in front of the zebra crossing. Zheng Tan stood up and looked to the side. A silver-gray private car slowly drove over. Zheng Tan looked at it. Why did it look so familiar? When the silver-gray car stopped beside Zheng Tan's off-road vehicle at the red light, Zheng Tan saw the person in the driver's seat. At the same time, the person in the driver's seat seemed to have sensed him and turned his head to look at him. Human eyes met cat eyes. *CK. I was wondering why it looked so familiar. So it was this guy. Zheng Tan clenched his claws and scurried from the back seat to the front passenger seat. There was a box of local specialties on the front passenger seat. Zheng Tan stood on it and narrowed his eyes to look at the person through the window. The person in the silver-gray car was Ren Chong. However, Professor Ren Chong was no longer the person who pretended to be a gentleman. He looked very tired, depressed, and unwilling. Anyone who was forced to leave would be like this, let alone someone like Ren Chong, who always prided himself on being superior and an elite who returned from overseas. Not to mention whether he had any self-esteem or not. With Ren Chong's unwillingness to admit defeat and his unscrupulous nature, how could he calm down after being forced to such a state? How could he not hate? He gritted his teeth. The strong hatred made his face contort. Just as he was thinking about how to retaliate, he turned his head and saw the black cat outside the window. At this moment, Ren Chong felt as if he had been thrown into a tank of liquid nitrogen and would shatter with a single tap. His hatred was replaced by fear. Ren Chong was sure that the cat in the car next door was the one that belonged to Associate Professor Jiao. Although there were many black cats that looked like this one, looking at the way it squinted its eyes, there was no doubt that it was that cat. However, wasn't this cat caught by the cat trafficker and disposed of? Why would it appear here? Why would it appear again? Ren Chong didn't understand and didn't want to believe it. Zheng Tan looked at Ren Chong. He already knew that he was caught because of this person in front of him. He was the culprit who almost turned him into a hot pot. Even if Jiao Pa and the others didn't say it explicitly, Zheng Tan still analyzed it himself. If he wasn't locked in the car and Ren Chong's window was closed, Zheng Tan would definitely jump over and beat this bastard hypocrite to death. *CK, what did my cat do to piss you off? You actually hired a professional cat trafficker to catch me and even used a tranquilizer gun. If it weren't for my special body, I would have been anesthetized to death. Also, the street in the south is full of cat meat restaurants. It's simply a physical and mental torture. Zheng Tan looked at Ren Chong with a murderous look. It raised its paw and swiped at its neck. Ren Chong's face immediately turned pale. What kind of cat could make such a murderous and threatening move? Ren Chong had never seen it before. Even when he found someone to dispose of the cat, it was just a guess. But now, he really noticed the strangeness of this cat. Then, his mind was filled with the black cat's movements just now. Every detail of its movements was magnified in his mind. The murderous look in its eyes, the sharp claws, and the swipe in the air. It felt like it was swiping at his neck. It felt cold. Ren Chong shuddered. Just then, the light turned green and the SUV started. Ren Chong's car was still in the same place. The cars behind began to honk to urge him, but Ren Chong didn't know. His back was now covered in cold sweat. The things that had happened in the past few days had drained him. He often had nightmares at night, all about the black cat. Every time he woke up, he could comfort himself that the cat had been disposed of and that he didn't need to worry. But he didn't expect to meet the cat here. Bang bang bang. The sound of knocking on the car window brought Ren Chong back to reality. King Drive. What are you doing here? Did you bring your brain? It's red light again. *CK. A car owner took advantage of the red light to come out of the car and knock on the door. When the green light turned green again, Renchong was still a little out of it. He should have turned left, but he kept driving. When he reacted, he hurriedly made a sharp turn. He didn't control the car well and directly hit the roadside lamp. Chapter 71. Not far from the intersection, there was another inconspicuous car parked there. The person inside was making a phone call. We really didn't do it. We haven't even stopped him, and he got into trouble himself. It can only be attributed to fate. Tell Brother Leopard that Renchong has been sent to the hospital. We'll see what Brother Leopard says about the rest. We'll call it a day. Chuhua City High-Tech Development Zone, Tianyuan Biology. A person sat opposite Celestine. He was about the same age as Celestine. He had no expression on his face, and it was the same when he answered the phone. Celestine had long been used to this. After all, they were buddies who grew up together. What's up? Is there a new situation? Celestine asked. The person opposite him put his phone in his pocket and said, Leopard said that the person got into trouble while driving. They didn't do anything. Celestine was curious. Even if Renchong got into trouble, he wouldn't be so crazy that he couldn't drive steadily. Your people really didn't do anything? Didn't they threaten him? No. The person opposite him said affirmatively, now he's in the hospital. He'll probably stay there for a while. What are you going to do? Celestine thought for a while and waved his hand. Forget it. Ask your people to leave. I'll take care of the rest. The person opposite him nodded, made a brief phone call, and sat down again. Howsy, have you thought about the matter I told you last time? Celestine asked. About the transportation? I've already started to choose people, Yi Hao said. That's good. Yuan Zi has been urging for the past few days. The quantity of goods is quite large, and some of the samples are quite special. He's planning to set up a specialized logistics department after expansion. It's best to decide on the candidates this week. He said he wants to start training as soon as possible. The two of them discussed the candidates again. Yi Hao looked at the time and got up to leave. Before leaving, Yi Hao asked a question, did you really do all that just for a cat? Yi Hao was referring to some of the things that had happened a while ago, such as the investigation of a group of cat traffickers and the university professor whose surname was Ren. Yi Hao could not understand why these people would make such a big move for a cat. No matter what, it was just a cat. Was it necessary? It could really be called a murder case caused by a cat. Celestine smiled. Yes, my senior still owes that cat a favor. Anyway, it's a very special cat. You'll know when you meet it. Oh, that guy seems to be coming back soon. Yi Hao did not comment on Celestine's words. He patted the corner of his clothes and left. At this moment, Zheng Tan, who was sitting in the off-road vehicle, didn't know what had happened in Chuhua City during his absence. When Renchong's car hit the street lamp, Zheng Tan's car was already far away, so he didn't know what had happened to Renchong. When the green light turned green and the two cars separated, Zheng Tan was still thinking about when he could take revenge. Fang Xiaokong saw the scene that happened when the car stopped at the red light. As for Renchong, Fang Xiaokong had already obtained information about him through some means, so he recognized Renchong. He planned to add fuel to the fire when he had the time. When the off-road vehicle was about to arrive at Chuhua University, Zheng Tan put aside his other thoughts and looked at the familiar roads and buildings. He couldn't sit still anymore, so he stood on the chair and leaned against the window to look out. After more than a month, the leaves on many trees had grown thick. He didn't know what the compound was like. The off-road vehicle drove in through the main gate of Chuhua University, but Fang Xiaokong and the driver didn't know where the East Side family compound was, so they could only ask along the way. Zheng Tan was really impatient. He scratched the window and asked Fang Xiaokong to open it, then he jumped out. The familiar environment made Zheng Tan feel relaxed. Zheng Tan took a deep breath and smelled the familiar scent in the air. He felt like his heart was about to float. He didn't care about Fang Xiaokong anymore. Zheng Tan started running. Even though he had only been away for a month, he had experienced so many things that it felt like years. However, when he set foot in this place again, the familiar route naturally appeared in Zheng Tan's mind. The leaves of the sycamore trees by the road had grown so long that they could cover the sky above the road. The noisy birds on campus didn't seem so annoying anymore. Running among the flowers and plants on the side of the road, His originally tired body became lighter and lighter in the wind that blew against his face. What did it feel like to be anxious to return home? Now, Zheng Tan finally understood. In the off-road vehicle, the driver looked at Fang Xiaokong. Fang Xiaokong gave him a helpless look. "Follow me." However, within 2 minutes, they couldn't see the cat anymore. Why did the cat run so fast? It's so impatient. Ask the people next to you where the East Side family compound is, Fang Xiaokong said. Fang Xiaokong and the others couldn't find Zheng Tan because Zheng Tan ran fast and was in the flowers and plants. Another reason was that Zheng Tan took a shortcut. After staying at Tsinghua University for so long, Zheng Tan walked around every day when he had nothing to do. He knew where the shortcuts were. Therefore, in order to reach the East Side family compound as soon as possible, Zheng Tan took a shortcut. Seeing the familiar gate of the East Side family compound, Zheng Tan couldn't wait to do a few backflips to vent his excitement. The guard uncle had one elbow on the window, supporting his chin as he read the newspaper. Zheng Tan's body was too small. From the guard uncle's angle, he couldn't see Zheng Tan at all. When they passed by the guardhouse's window, Zheng Tan jumped up and slapped the guard's head. The guard uncle was shocked by the sudden slap. When he looked up, he saw a black shadow flash by. He poked his head out and saw the black shadow that had disappeared for more than a month. "Oh, Black Charcoal is back?" The guard uncle laughed. He didn't care if the cat could respond. Although there were many black cats, he could tell who it was at a glance. Besides, how could someone with bad eyesight be a guard? Seeing the cat walk away, the guard uncle sat back down. He shook the newspaper in his hand and was about to continue reading. However, he suddenly remembered that there was no one in the Jiao family. How was the cat going to get in? Zheng Tan excitedly ran to the Jiao family's building. He jumped up reflexively and rubbed against the card reader. However, there was no reaction at all. Then Zheng Tan remembered that he didn't have an access card around his neck. F***CK, how was he going to get in without a card? Also, if there was no one in the house, he couldn't open the door. It was already past 2 o'clock. There weren't many people going in and out of the building. Maybe someone would come back in the afternoon. Shaking his tail in annoyance, Zheng Tan turned his head to look at Depang's house. The fat man was lying on the balcony, staring at Zheng Tan with his eyes wide open. He was probably still wondering why Zheng Tan had suddenly appeared after disappearing for more than a month. Zheng Tan jumped onto Depang's balcony. He was going to ask the old lady for help. Depang got up and ran over. He stopped in front of Zheng Tan and sniffed. He seemed to be confirming Zheng Tan's identity. Then he raised his paw and patted Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan didn't care about the way Depang greeted him. What he noticed was that after not seeing him for more than a month, this guy seemed to have gotten fatter. His base was also bigger. He probably squatted on instant noodles. Looking from the back, when he ran, his legs were in a figure-8 shape. Looking at Depang now, and thinking about the first time he saw him last year, he could only sigh. He still remembered how fresh he was back then. There was still the smell of food in the house. It wasn't the old lady's lunch, but Depang's food. The old lady made all Depang's cat food. Depang's current cat food was made by the old lady. To some extent, the old lady had spoiled him. When Zheng Tan went in, he found the old lady resting. He guessed that she had just fallen asleep. The big bowl on the table was still warm. In front of the old lady's door, Zheng Tan didn't go in immediately. Depang, who was standing next to Zheng Tan, looked like he wanted to stop Zheng Tan, but he was hesitant. Zheng Tan pulled his ear. "Look at you. It was as if you were afraid of waking up the old lady." The old lady was old, and it wasn't easy for her to fall asleep. Zheng Tan didn't want to bother the old lady. Besides, he had other ways. Coming out of Depang's house, Zheng Tan was going to find the Jiao Pa in the biology building. As for Depang, it was still squatting on the balcony, guarding the old lady. It was like a guard dog. No, it was more responsible than a dog. The security guard, who had been looking out the window, saw Zheng Tan come out. He waved his hand. "Black Charcoal, come here and wait for a while. Don't run around. Here, I have some small yellow croakers." Before the security guard finished speaking, Zheng Tan ran out like a gust of wind. There was a small path from the eastern courtyard to the biology building. It was closer, so Jing Tan didn't run into Fang Xiaokong and the others. When he came to the biology building again, Jing Tan was a little nervous. He hoped that the Jiaopa didn't change offices. Xin and Su Chu weren't in the public laboratory on the first floor. Jing Tan went to the tree near the Jiaopa's office and looked inside. There were 2 people in the office, and neither of them was the Jiaopa. Xin was teaching Su Chu how to analyze the experimental data. The 2 of them were sitting in front of the computer, typing on the keyboard and writing on the notebook with a pen. Suddenly, they heard the sound of the window behind them. They turned around at the same time and saw a black cat open the screen and jump in. Black charcoal? Xin was surprised. Boss's cat? Didn't you say that it was lost? Su Chu asked. Yesterday, I heard from the boss that someone found it, so I sent it back. I didn't expect it to arrive today. Jing Tan ignored their words and stared at Su Chu, which made Su Chu's hair stand. Brother, why does it keep staring at me? Su Chu touched his arm and felt goosebumps. The cat's eyes were a little scary. You can change to another chair, Xin said. Okay. Su Chu stood up and pulled a chair across the table. After Su Chu stood up, Jing Tan jumped onto the small chair and looked at the time on the bottom right corner of the computer. The Jiaopa seemed to have classes in the afternoon, and he didn't know when he would be back. While he was thinking, the office door opened. Associate Professor Jiao walked in with teaching materials. He smiled when he saw the cat's head on the desk. He just received a call from Fang Xiaokong and came over after 1 class. There were 2 more classes and 3 classes in the afternoon. Associate Professor Jiao handed the teaching materials in his hand to Xin. There are 2 more classes. You can go and talk to your juniors. I told them that you will continue to teach them in the next 2 classes. They are all waiting. Xin was speechless. It was the second time this month.